City of Adelaide Council meeting on Tuesday, 13th of July 2021. The Lord Mayor is in the chair. This council meeting will be streamed live and recorded for publishing to the internet. Please note that an audio and visual recording is being taken of this meeting. This means that your presence at and any contribution you make to the meeting may be collected, used, disclosed or published publicly by the Council, including transferring outside Australia.
Council acknowledges that we're meeting on the traditional country of the Kaurna people of the Adelaide Plains and pays respects to elders past and present. We recognise and respect their cultural heritage, beliefs and relationship with the land, and acknowledge that they're of continuing importance to the Kaurna people living today. We also extend that respect to other Aboriginal language groups and other First Nations who are present today. Council acknowledges the vision of Colonel William Light in determining the sites for Adelaide and the design of the city with its 6 squares and surrounding belt of continuous parklands, which is recognised on the National Heritage List as one of the greatest examples of Australia's planning heritage.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we ask your blessing upon the works of the City of Adelaide, direct and prosper its deliberations to the advancement of your glory and the true welfare of the people of this city. Amen.
Will all present stand in silence in memory of those who gave their lives in defence of their country at sea, on land and in the air. Thank you, members. Please be seated. Members, before proceeding tonight and working through the agenda, I'd like to take a moment to recognise the hard work that we've all done to achieve what I think is a milestone, achieving a balanced council budget. Confronted by significant budgetary challenges, we worked closely with the administration to make very difficult decisions that were designed to hold us in good stead in the long term. We knew that delivering a break-even budget would position us to continue our recovery from the impacts of COVID-19, maintain our long-term financial sustainability and focus our priorities to deliver the services and infrastructure we need to maintain our status as one of the most livable cities in the world. At the special meeting of Council on the 29th of June, when we deliberated on our annual business plan and budget, making all the decisions that go into making the city work, for our residents, for our businesses and for our visitors, we didn't pause to reflect on the distance we travelled from deficit to break even. So I want to acknowledge everyone for their constructive efforts and sincere input to delivering a positive result, one that sends a message to our constituents that says we have their interests firmly in our sights, and together, administration and elected members, we've delivered and will continue to do so. So thank you everyone. On a positive note, let's start on the agenda and focus on the matters at hand. So members, I have one apology tonight, which is Councillor Kerr. And I go to item 6 on the agenda, which is the minutes, confirmation of minutes from the 8th of the 6th, 2021 and the 29th of the 6th, 2021. As you can see, there is an amendment to that. If I look for a mover, thank you, Councillor Abraham today. Seconded, Deputy Lord Mayor. Councillor Abraham today, do you wish to speak? Deputy Lord Mayor. Members? If not, to the chamber to vote. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. We have 3 deputations this evening. So the first deputation is from Ian Vagg, which is on maintaining heritage in North Adelaide. So Ian, if you'd like to come forward, you have 5 minutes on the clock. We look forward to hearing your deputation.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Heritage. Does Australia have any worth caring about? Do we care about it? Is it any good? And what are we going to do about it? In May of this year, most Australians were dismayed to hear that in May the previous year, Rio Tinto had blown up the Dukin Caves in the Hamersley Ranges. Most of it had never heard of them. We couldn't go there because even the traditional owners couldn't go there without a permit from Rio. And it turned out that in 2014, archaeologists had been allowed in, and they had established that there had been human habitation there for 46,000 years, uninterrupted, even through the Ice Age, which is incredibly unusual. And there was no other site in the world which was anywhere near that. They also discovered a belt made out of human hair which had direct DNA links to the present traditional owners of the land. And we blew it up. ISIS were amateurs compared to Rio. But what it showed and what has happened since is that people do care. 3 head or 4 heads have rolled in Rio, big deal, doesn't bring it back. Governments are at least talking, but how were they allowed to do it? Were they allowed to do it? Yes, they were, because the legislation by the Western Australian government had been deliberately watered down, so there was very little protection for heritage from miners. Both parties had been in power and both parties colluded. And a takeaway from that is you cannot trust state governments to protect heritage because they have a lot of conflicting objectives, and it really is down to the people, and in this case the councils, to do something about it. So heritage, I guess most of us have travelled overseas, certainly to Europe probably. Millions of Australians travel overseas every year in better times. And one of the things that most people do is to look at old buildings, heritage sites, old villages. I can remember the absolute awe I felt when I first saw the Taj Mahal. It was breathtaking. And equally the Winter Garden at the Summer Palace near St Petersburg, and all the other palaces there. They're amazing. Now, the list goes on and on, but you get my gist. Now, I didn't start that. So, if you've ever seen direct clips from the First and Second World War taken in France, you would wonder how all those villages that you see now, those lovely villages, can be there, because you saw them being absolutely ruined and blown up. Well, they're there because they have been restored and rebuilt. So many of the buildings we go to see in Europe are only about 70 or 80 years old. What about our heritage here in Adelaide in particular? It's been said that what is the point of worrying about heritage in Adelaide? None of the buildings are certainly couldn't be more than 200 years old, and obviously much less. So what's the point when you've got all those old buildings in Europe? Well, I think I've just demonstrated you don't. And the fact is it has paid off for Europe in tourism dollars. It's paid for itself time and time again. So tonight, I've presented a petition, and you've all had a chance to read that, and essentially it asks for a very simple thing. It asks for this council, in view of the changes in the legislation, to to make it very clear to everyone that it supports heritage by not agreeing to allow heritage-listed buildings to be demolished to make way for what is probably some sort of development with an economic life of maybe 40 years. And indeed, you have a motion before you from Councillor, or will have a motion before you from Councillor Morrison. Sorry, Martin, to support heritage to protect heritage-listed buildings in the City of Adelaide. I note that Your Honour, the Mayor and the majority of councillors here at the last election said that they, in their pamphlets and their speeches, that they supported heritage.
Mr. Vag, thank you.
Now
I will ask you to just finish up because your time has finished. I
say now is your time to live up to those promises for your electorate by supporting the motion.
Thank you. The second deputation we have tonight is from Richard Hockney, talking to item 10.1, which is Bundy's Paddock, Tiglanga, Part 9. Richard.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and good evening all. As you said, my name is Richard Hockney and I represent Prince Alfred College as the Chair of the Schools Council. Firstly, I would like to thank the Adelaide Parklands Authority, the Council and its officers for their assistance during this process and the shared commitment in assisting our ambitions to build appropriate new facilities for the parklands at Park 9 Tiglanga, including public toilets paid for by PAC. We've all worked very hard for more than 6 years towards these plans, and we are very excited about the prospect of delivering this important project. I would like to quickly cover 3 issues: parking on McKinnon Parade, the proposed lease term, and one sentence in the Community Land Management Plan. So in terms of parking, I believe it is important to repeat here our views previously given to council officers, that there is real value in providing some parking protections to McKinnon Parade residents in light of their genuine concerns about game day impacts, especially in football season. We absolutely understand the issue of available parking on the northern side of McKinnon Parade and it being taken up by spectators on Saturdays in football season. And to be clear, we would not object and would in fact support steps by council to provide a measure such as Saturday residential permit parking on the northern side of McKinnon Parade as part of this process, and we would communicate this with our community appropriately. Lord Mayor, as you're aware, I was unable to attend the most recent APLA meeting. However, I thank members for their positive recommendations. The school's 2 remaining issues were put to APLA on my behalf, and I was pleased to see one of the issues addressed in the amended advice. I will cover both briefly again tonight and leave the decision to you as elected members. The lease. PAC is not comfortable with the reduction in lease term from 21 years as consulted upon to 10 years plus 11 years in the latest lease documents. With some fear of repetition, PAC will spend close to $3 million in construction and resources in this project and has worked with Council for more than 6 years on the basis that any investment in an asset that it does not own would be secured by a right of tenure for 21 years. That is the only position that has ever been considered by the school. And again, the period of 21 years was the only term subject to the community consultation. We believe Council can describe a 21-year lease with appropriate protections for Council, as was recommended by APLA members. And finally, the sentence in the Community Land Management Plan. We remain of the view that there is an inadvertent inconsistency or error in regarding to the permitted use and the wording around the liquor licensing arrangement in the lease, Special Condition 4 and the CLMP, the final sentence under sporting club rooms. PAC has made previous representations requesting the deletion of this one sentence, as we believe it to be inconsistent with the terms of the lease. However, we are now aware that this sentence has been included to mitigate resident concerns about future extensions of use on Saturdays. This specific concern has not been previously raised with PAC. However, I want to be clear, we absolutely understand the concern. We believe the sentence can be amended to meet these intentions without precluding or threatening the use and rights of PAC. As you are aware, the preceding sentence in the CLMP reflects the permitted use in the draft lease and states the service of food and beverage is limited to during and for a period not exceeding 2 hours immediately following an on-field sporting event or activity in Part 9. In line with this, we believe the final sentence which has been placed in there now, a liquor licence will be supported for Saturdays only between the hours of 12 noon and 6 p.m, can be amended, and it can be amended to, in the light of a desire to meet a 6 p.m. time frame on high crowd days, liquor licence will be supported for Saturdays, limited to between the hours of 12 noon and 6 p.m, the 1st of April to the 30th of September for football, and 12 noon and 7:30 p.m, 1 October to 31 March for cricket, and otherwise in accordance with the consent of Council and the regulatory authorities. I've got 2 more paragraphs. This will simply allow the 2 existing sporting codes to be compliant with licensing for 2 hours post-games as intended by the original paragraph, while allowing all other uses to be under the control of the Council. And while cricket does finish at a later time, sometimes up to 6:30, it is important to note that crowds are generally limited to 22 players, maybe a couple of umpires and some dogs and perhaps some kids.
Thank you.
We thank you again for work over these last 6 years and look forward to delivering this project and on our commitments. Thank you.
Members, we have one further deputation tonight from Jeanette Stott. So, Jeanette. Yes. Okay, please. We'll actually ring the bell at 4 minutes, which means you've got a minute to wrap up, okay? Instead of 5, because we're going over time tonight.
Good evening.
Thank
you for allowing me to speak. And I have brought Miss Helen Oxingham, who is the founder of Spirit of Women. To start with, I wish to acknowledge that I'm standing on the land of the Kaurna people in council rooms, and thank you so very much for giving us this space. My name is Jeanette. I work in Relationships Australia as their regional manager in the city. My other job, free of charge, is to support Spirit of Women as a board member. To start with, I'd like to thank Adelaide City Council so very much for giving us this opportunity and for helping us to establish what we call the Place of Courage, which is a public art of space to externalise the impact of family and domestic violence. We also want to thank both levels of government, Labor and Liberal, for helping us with the bipartisan approach. I'd like to acknowledge our Premier has offered support, and in his official letter to the Spirit of Women looks forward to it coming to fruition. So what we can assure Adelaide City Council is that we will now start earnestly to fundraise to complement the funds that Adelaide City Council has put up, as well as our Premier. I can't thank you all enough for this opportunity. It has been such a great pleasure to be standing here in this beautiful building amongst all of you, allowing a stranger to talk to you. Thank you.
On behalf of my mother and all the people that have died at the hands of domestic violence, I sincerely thank you all, and it is a great honour to be among you. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, that takes us to 8.1, which is a petition. I need someone to move to receive the petition. Thank you, Councillor Hyde. Seconded, Councillor Martin. Councillor Hyde, did you wish to speak? Councillor Martin? No. Members, to receive the petition. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Members, I'm going to see what we can move on block. So I'll just, if you could actually raise a hand if you want to call out a number. 9.1, advice of the Parklands Authority. 9.2, Audit Committee Report. 10.1, Bundy's. 10.2, Home Buyer Rate. 10.3, Golden Water Parklets. I've got that. 10.4, AIDA Advisory. 10.5, Event in Bonython Park. 10.6, Reimagined New Year's Eve. 10.7, the Place of Courage location. 10.8, 2021-22 events and festival sponsorship. 10.9, heritage listed property insurance. 10.10, strategic plan 2024. 10.11, council member elections. 10.12, review of APLA charter. 10.13, community land revocation. Is your hand still up, Councillor Martin? 10.14, there's a decision to be made, can't call that out. 10.15, the representation review. Thank you. Members, if I could have someone move the following on block: 9.1, 10.5, 10.7, 10.8, 10.10, 10.11, 10.15. Thank you.
Sorry, did you call out 10.11 to be moved on block?
I did.
Sorry, could that be?
Certainly. Councillor Martin, did you call 10.5?
No, you called 10.3.
I've got 10.3. Okay, so can I try again? Members, please look to your agenda. 9.1, 10.5, 10.7, 10.8, 10.10, 10.15. I have a mover. Thank you, Councillor Abraham, today's seconder. Thank you, Councillor Knoll. Members, those in favour? Those against? That is...
I disagree with one of them, and seeing as they're not on block, I'll have to vote.
Thank you. Against. Members in the gallery, what that means is those that have been voted on block have actually been passed by council, and I call out the Place of Courage location, so that has been passed and endorsed by council. That takes us to 9.2, which is the Audit Committee report. I look for a mover. Thank you, Councillor Hyde, and a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Abraham today. Councillor Hyde, did you wish to speak? Councillor Abraham today. Members, Councillor Martin.
I just wanted to vote against it, Lord Mayor. It deals with the budget and business plan, the draft long-term financial plan, strategic asset management plan, which were the subject of amendments on the 13th of April, which in my and the view of others, in my view, we contend that it conceals the true nature, the serious nature of Council's financial position. Thank you.
Members, if not, back to the move to sum up. Members to the vote, those in favour, those against, that is carried.
Council members, the division has been called on the motion. All those in favour, please stand and remain standing till all names have been called.
Deputy Lord Mayor, Councillor Ho, Councillor Knoll, Councillor Donovan, Councillor Hyde and Councillor Abraham today.
Members, that takes us to 10.1 on tonight's agenda. I look for a mover. Councillor Abraham today.
Lord Mayor, I did have an amendment that I sent through earlier.
Thank you. So alternate motion. Do we have that? Thank you. The amendments before you, which is in keeping with the APLA decision, and I'll look for a seconder. Councillor Hyde. Councillor Abraham today, did you wish to speak?
Yeah, can we just scroll down? Just, nothing else has changed, so 0.3. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, I just wanted to make this recommendation consistent with the APLA recommendation. As we heard, there were a number of things that were different. So I wanted to ensure that we do have 21 years in that lease. If we are getting an investment of $3 or so million in that park, we want to provide some certainty. So 21 years is one of the changes, but also I guess for peace of mind for ourselves, there will be a 5-year review, performance review also put in there. So I commend this to the Chamber.
Thank you. Councillor Hyde, did you wish to speak? Members? If not, I'll go to Councillor Abraham today. Sorry, Councillor Hyde.
Yeah. Just add to that, Lord Mayor, the discussion at APLA largely centred around the fact that the prospect of a 10 and 11 as opposed to a flat 21-year lease was never raised at any point. And in actual fact, it wasn't what was consulted on either. Similarly, the consultation that members would have read as well, that consultation showed that there was overarching support from both residents on McKinnon Parade and non-residents for cutting it off at 6 p.m. I just have to disagree with Mr. Hockney that there is a discrepancy there. I do appreciate it is vaguely and potentially poorly worded, but it is quite clear. The lease points to the CLMP. The CLMP says 6 p.m. And my questioning of the administration has clarified that elsewhere in the documents where it says 2 hours after a game, that still, again, on a Saturday, cannot go past 6 p.m. I think with these sorts of situations, it's incumbent upon us to balance the interests of users of the parkland, and in this case, investors and PAOC, along with residents' right to have quiet enjoyment of their properties. It is a tension. It's a tension in the city that we're fairly familiar with. I think we've seen compromises throughout this process. The location, the size, location's moved a little bit, the size has come down. Reading through it, the liquor licensing or the permitted use is appealing back, particularly on Saturday nights, of what their permitted use is. And again, that's one of the compromises that has been come to. Regarding the selection of a 21-year lease, which I think is fair considering our discussions, the city's discussions have only ever suggested a 21-year lease, and that's what the consultation was on. You can either have the way that it was couched as a 10 plus 11 would be a way to ensure that our PAOC are complying with it. But then if you ask the questions, well, is the administration confident that they can enforce and police, particularly the liquor and permitted use parts of these documents? And the answer is yes. Well, if you are satisfied that you can police these things, then why do you need to build in or present this new concept of a 10 plus 11? So either you're not satisfied that you can police it and you need to put that in, or you are satisfied that you can police it, in which case you can continue with the 21-year lease as you suggested over the past 6 years. APLA did suggest putting in a performance review every 5 years, just for some extra rigour around there. I'm satisfied that this is the best solution, the best possible solution for the highest number of people, and I hope members support it.
Thank you. Councillor Martin, then Councillor Rand.
Yeah, just a quick question to the administration. In regards to the lease, where does it say that PAC will provide access to its change room, showers and toilets for approved users of Park 9, such as women's soccer and the like? I know there's a bit of concern that they may not be able to access those facilities.
Acting CEO.
Thank you, through the Chair. Mr McCready, if you could please point Councillor Martin to that. Thank you.
Through you, Lord Mayor. The lease is silent in regards to that obligation. However, what the intent is that any subleases provided by the lessee, the reality is that the facilities, provision of the facilities is actually offered to them. If you wish to strengthen that contained within the lease, we're happy to strengthen that, but the reality is PAC are in keeping with that, they do provide that.
Well, I think I would like the lease strengthened to that extent, Lord Mayor. Does that require, if I might ask the administration, does that require an amendment, or is that something that the administration would see to?
Acting CEO.
Through the presiding member, my preference tonight would be an amendment, please, just to ensure that this is resolved once and for all. It has been 6 years in the making.
If my colleague's prepared to accept that as a variation.
Would you like to give us some wording on that at 3.3?
Councillor Martin, what would you like in there?
The insertion of a clause into the lease which ensures that approved hirers, such as women's and children's sporting groups, will have access to the showers, toilets.
Just slow it down a little bit. Sporting groups will have access to...
Make it change rooms.
Change rooms, facilities.
Yeah, change rooms. Change room facilities, yeah, that's fine.
Yep.
Happy with that?
Happy with that? I'll just check with the seconder. Yes, good, thank you. Did you wish to speak anymore, Councillor Martin?
Just briefly, Lord Mayor, I'm grateful to the councillor for accepting that amendment. It is important, I think, in ensuring that there is continuing access, and I do acknowledge that PAC have been broadening use of Park 9 over the years, but it is important to ensure that those groups, women's soccer and the like, when using that park, have also access to those facilities. That's why we're approving these measures, to ensure that there are fit-for-purpose facilities. I do, however, have to say that I am reluctant to support this because the community is not entirely happy with this. It remains for them a problem that the building is located too close to the centre of the parklands, and you will remember that there was a very lengthy debate about how council had approved in 2017 the location for that building, and it was overturned because there was a pipe that would have cost $30,000 in this $3 million development to move, and which therefore prevented the relocation of the building. That remains a particular sore point. However, I think there is goodwill in the community. I think the community is prepared to see how this goes, and I think they will be interested to see what happens with that review. And I do urge the administration to make that a public review, perhaps present it to council, so that it can reassure the community, who have had long-standing complaints about behaviour. And indeed, and I'm not going to contest it, but to the point that Councillor Hyde raised about why do you need, 10 plus 11 when the lease agreement in respect of the use and the liquor licence are easily managed. It's never been about that. It's always been about unfortunate behaviour. I know that the PAC old collegians have been disappointed themselves at some of those acts, the strippers, the throwing of furniture on the roof of the club and that sort of stuff. However, it gives me some comfort, and I think the community as well, to know that PAC is to be the leaseholder, and its involvement, I think, will provide that measure of comfort. Thank you.
Councillor Moran.
Yes, look, I agree with most of what the other speakers have said. I'm glad that the council is sticking to its guns about the liquor licensing hours. This must not become a pub in the parklands. I noticed that some of the newer councillors were looking in askance about the poor behaviour. There has been a litany and a history of very poor behaviour from this club. They seem to have now reached an agreement with the residents, but we'll wait and see what happens. To refer back to a prior point, it's not about the policing of the lease. It is not about, if we put in 10 years and 11 years, that means we don't trust the council to police it. It's the matter of that 10 years is a long time away, and when things get established, in my experience, the policing gets lesser and lesser and lesser. So a 5-year review, while looks good, is nothing compared to a break in the lease at the decade point. That puts the school really on notice that this lease does not have to be renewed if it hasn't met the requirements. And up to date, this club has not established a reliable record of behaviour, in 100% reliable. So I would like to not vote. I will not vote for the amended motion, and we'll put up the original motion that the 10-year and 11-year renewal option remain. If the school is to, and I hope they do, and I assume they will, stick to all the agreements, then there is nothing to fear for a 10-year gap, 10-year break to assess the next 11 years. If it is a 21-year lease and you just review it every 5 years, it is very difficult to break that lease, and I've never seen that done. What happens is, if there is any poor behaviour, the club is asked to fix that, and they're given pretty much automatically a continuation of the lease. So I urge you, seeing this has been a problematical sporting area, very close to residential streets, to not vote for the amendment and to go back to a 10-break, 11-year lease. It is much more sensible. It doesn't read any differently. I can understand why inexperienced council would think, well, what's the difference if we just insert a performance through every 5 years? Isn't that the same? It is not the same. It is vastly not the same.
Members? Deputy Lord Mayor.
I just have a question, Lord Mayor. Directed to you, CEO, if that's okay. I've been here for 17 years. I'm appalled to hear that there was strippers and chairs being thrown on the club rooms. I'm just wondering if there's been any reports of that in the past that you know of?
Acting CEO.
Thank you. Through the presiding member, there have been complaints to the City of Adelaide in relation to behaviour in that area, but it was a few years ago. I can't think of anything in recent times.
Members, if not, I'll go back to Councillor Knoll.
Just one question, and how many years have PSC been at that location with playing football, etc.?
Acting CEO.
Through the presiding member, sorry, there's someone's phone's ringing.
Someone's phone.
21 years, is that correct, Mr McCready? 21 years.
If not, I'll go back to the mover to sum up. Councillor Abrahimzadeh.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would just like to reiterate point 3.2 that we do have the option of a 5-year review should matters get out of hand. That's the reason why I've proposed that. But also just to remind members that out of 122 people that were surveyed, 101 responses were for this, and there were 17 responses that were against this. So really 14% have come back saying no. So overwhelmingly, majority of the community are supportive of it, and I do commend this to the chamber.
Members, to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried.
Division.
Council members, the division has been called on the motion. All those in favour, please stand and remain standing till all names have been called.
Councillor Mackie, Deputy Lord Mayor, Councillor Ho, Councillor Knoll, Councillor Hyde and Councillor Abrahimzadeh.
Members, that takes us to 10.2, which is the Home Buyers Rate Remission Scheme. Councillor Hyde.
I have an alternative circulated earlier, Lord Mayor.
Alternate motion. I look for a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Abrahimzadeh. Councillor Hyde.
Lord Mayor, this fixes a number of concerns that elected members brought to committee last week, so many of them will be familiar with these points. Just to roll through them, when we're talking about key workers, I think there was a strong feel amongst elected members that it would be to embark on the level of social engineering that we were proposing, and for the level of specificity that we were proposing as well is completely uncalled for. It's not our job, even as a capital city, to be picking winners to that degree. And I note in the lists of professions that we had, there was no small business owner. So if a small business owner wanted to live in the city, they already work in the city, they work more than most do in the city, they invest here, they wouldn't be eligible for this scheme. And it's those, there are glaring holes. As I said, we've got bus drivers and rail drivers, but no taxi drivers. So once you start getting to that level of specificity, you start running into some issues. So removing that eligibility criteria entirely. Then I think one of the sort of blind spots in this, and we're talking about how we can limit these funds or this foregone revenue going to support people that we don't necessarily need to support. Well, if that's what the insertion of you do not already own and occupy a residence within the City of Adelaide, because we want people to come and live here for the first time. We don't necessarily want to be subsidising people that are already owner occupiers in the City of Adelaide. We service those people by running a good council chamber and giving them good services, not through rate remissions. Amending criteria number 5 from apartment to dwelling actually opens up the number of possibilities. So if there are townhouses which are being built or row houses which are being built in the City of Adelaide, then they can be bought off the plan, or even, because it talks about new or off the plan, so new could also include a house and land package in a set of townhouses, potentially in the South Ward, is probably where you'd see a lot of them. As well, there was some concern that we were overly constraining ourselves, so this amendment just slightly raises the income levels. But importantly, it also talks about, it hasn't changed the combined assets, but it has made them combined net assets. Because of course you could have an investment property and have a mortgage over the whole thing, and your assets would be overinflated relative to the size of your mortgage. So talking about net assets, I think is more accurate there. Overall, I think it is an excellent scheme. I think when we look at 3, we also have in there the requirement to talk to the state government about complementary incentives, and that's really what this is about. The rate remission will help people, but we also need our state government to come to the table with some incentives as well to support the scheme and to support owner-occupied growth in our city.
Thank you. Councillor Abrahams today. Members? Councillor Martin?
A question for the administration, Lord Mayor. Paragraph 3 says that the CAO is authorised to finalise this arrangement, subject to the outcome of a request of the state government to provide complementary incentives. Am I to understand that if there are no complementary incentives, this will not go ahead?
That is my understanding. Acting CE?
Thank you. Through the presiding member, that's correct.
Okay. Look, I acknowledge the amendment that Councillor Hyde has made, because I did think and did say at the time this was first proposed that picking winners wasn't the business of council, and that there are many people, older people particularly, who have or should have the right to this kind of assistance. They are equal among equals, and we should be providing incentives to everyone. Having said that, I am cognizant that the last scheme, which was the Malani home buyers rate remission scheme, I beg your pardon, Councillor Malani proposed for rate remissions, wasn't all that successful. We had 122 who subscribed, and the complementary state government incentives just far outweighed it. There was a stamp duty concession of $15,000, 5 years land tax exemption, and $10,000 cash for a pre-construction contract. So with all of that, we got 122. And it cost us, I think from memory in the report, about $1 million in foregone revenue. This one, if it's as successful, will probably be a little bit less. But I am concerned that we are, to some extent, picking winners still. I mean, we're saying that, a couple with assets of $1 million...
Councillor Mackie, please.
Couples with assets of $1 million, net assets, can get free rates. Now, just between you and me, Lord Mayor, it would be possible to own an apartment and 2 houses in the suburbs with mortgages and to purchase outright an apartment in the city and get all of these incentives for pretty much no particular purpose other than we'd like you to come and live in the city. I guess it's a rich person's incentive. It's a rich person's incentive. And it contrasts, I think, too, with our social housing policy, where, if you remember, according to the media, the council's contemplating selling the very houses that people who we put in there have been living in. That is to say, City Mag is saying we're going to pull the roof and the floor from under them. And on the other hand, we're saying to millionaires, come and live in the city rate-free. It doesn't pass the equity test. I think most ratepayers will see this as kind of typical of the City of Adelaide these days.
Members, please.
It's just not appropriate. I can't support it, and my guess is that most of my ratepayers will say there are plenty of incentives, but giving one to people who've already got houses to come and live in the city is it's not appropriate.
Councillor Moran?
Yes, look, I had my reservations, and I just want to say that putting these amendments in on the floor of council, I mean, you've told me not to speak to Greg Maker. This should have been sent round so we can ask administrators questions about the changes, not hitting us on the floor like this. I know it's a tactic that Team Adelaide uses regularly,
Councillor,
but it is
please.
a repugnant tactic. Does number one, remove eligibility criteria number one in key workers, does that remove all definitions of jobs?
Is the definition of key workers.
So there is no definition for key workers now?
Pensioners do.
So it's just anybody. So pensioners couldn't be key workers?
So any single that has a gross income of less than 100,000 or a couple that have a gross income of less than 200,000.
So anybody, okay.
Correct.
That seems a fairly high salary to me to be giving rate incentive to. I'm all for getting owner-occupiers. Poor old North Adelaide, and I assume that applies to North Adelaide as well, has dipped to 30% owner-occupier, 70% rental. We brought in the rate rebate, 45% rate rebate for owner-occupiers back in the day, and that suddenly zoomed us to 60 to 70% owner-occupier. This will not do that. As real estate agents that we've talked to and hearing councillors in committee, it does not make much difference. A couple earning $200,000 can pay their rates as far as I'm concerned. That is a good salary, and we're keeping our rate in the dollar frozen. So A, this won't work. B, if I was a billionaire with 10 children, all baristas, technically I can go and buy them these houses, get these incentives, they can all live there for a few years, and then I can flog them off for a great profit. And that is indeed what happened last time. Just ask Kassam Abiad. So I won't vote for this. It's a blunt instrument, it's ham-fisted. Mr Hyde has tried to knock some edges off, but it's not nearly enough. This is social engineering at its worst. Anybody's entitled to come and buy a house in the city. We've knocked out the key worker, which I wouldn't have voted for anyway, but I could kind of see what they were trying to do. Now it's just open slather, and it won't work. So I think it will just waste a lot of our income, and it won't work.
Members? Councillor Ho.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Firstly, I'd like to ask a question about the combined net asset. Is it just about the assets in the city, or is the overall assets? So it's the overall assets. Anyway, I'd like to speak to support this amendment, and I also like to acknowledge that the points like Councillor Martin and Councillor Moran has made. Like I said last week in our committee, I could not support the original cost for many different reasons. And on one hand, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. On the other hand, to me, it's just unfair. But with the amendment, firstly, it fixes up that like now this is fair to everyone. Whoever like to purchase it in our city, doesn't matter if you are key workers or not, you are still entitled for this kind of an incentive, as long as your income is less than 100K, which is fine. And the other thing is, I like to draw members' attention that, like last week I did mention, at the end, the council rate reimbursement is not going to make changes. People will not just buy the apartment or buy the new dwellings because they don't have to pay council rate for the next couple of years. I particularly like number 3 here. We tabled this in front of the state government and asked the state government to come up with a plan. If the plan is good enough, then we put that together. and give it to our ratepayers or give it to the buyers. And if somehow the state government's plan is not good enough, then we don't have to come up with that. I think this is the key point here. Like Councillor Martin mentioned, that a couple of years ago we offered this, all right, and only about 100 people take it up. It wasn't very successful in my eye because at the time the state government did not put up something that strong enough. If the CEO or the Lord Mayor, when you table this in front of the state government, we need them to give us enough support. As the council, we have limited resource, whereas the state government have much more resource than we do. All right? And as a capital city, it is not just our job to make the city better, also the state government's job. So really this time, we need to keep their heads up, ensure that they come up with something nice and strong to support us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ho. Members? Councillor Knoll?
I mean, yes, I do find this a lot better way to do that rather than trying to be too specific around what is a key city worker. And this is an attempt to attract people to the city. So let's think about this. We've just had the COVID, etc. It has made the cities and that less attractive in people's minds. So now what we're trying to achieve, and as long as the government puts their incentives towards it, is encouraging people again to come to the city and that city living. So that does exclude a lot of others who may wish to live in a different fashion. So this is also about new and off the plan. Now, this has got nothing to do with North Adelaide because with the heritage listing of most of North Adelaide, there won't be much change or much new development, simply because, and the developments that will be there because of the way it is set. No, the property values up there are very large, so you're not going to get a small.
Point of order, Mayor. We have a massive
what is your point of order, Councillor
We have a massive development at 88 O'Connell Street, which would qualify for this incentive scheme, and which Councillor Knoll seems to have forgotten.
I don't think that's a point of order, but we will continue.
But this is off the plan and new. So this is about encouraging people into Adelaide. So, and obviously because the majority of this will be happening in the central areas of Adelaide, and I suppose that's where the most developments will be, and the most diverse range of offering, because we are talking about apartments and that with our upper limit. And I think a lot of that also linked into lifestyle in the city. It's up to us as councillors and through working with administration to enable the city to be an amazing place, because it's a lifestyle choice you're making, and we are competing against all forms of other dwellings. So we need to now re-engage with people, and I think that's the bigger question. And this is only a way to get change people's minds about where they think they'd like to live. The rest of it is up to us to deliver an amazing place.
Thank you, members. Not go back to Councillor Mackie, sorry.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. I regret that I'm not going to be able to support this initiative. As I've reflected at the committee meeting, I do not believe that a drip feed of $1,000 a year is sufficient incentive to change consumer behaviour when we already face the competitive disadvantage of our apartment or unit prices being higher than that in the inner metropolitan area. It would be far more sensible for us to consider bundling that up front, still with the condition of state government involvement, but actually talking about an amount the equivalent of 5 years' rates as an additional cash incentive. And for that reason, I won't support this motion as amended or substantive.
Members, Councillor Donovan.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Just briefly to mention that this is now a completely different motion to what was initially intended, so I'm a little bit torn as to whether or not to support it. But I think it is important that we note that this no longer bears any relationship to what was initially proposed. So we're now talking about a subsidy that brings people into, although likely to be not hugely successful unless we do get substantial support from the state government, we're now talking about simply offering a City of Adelaide subsidy to a very different cohort of people than was initially proposed. So I think it's important that that's acknowledged. Whether or not it has merit in and of itself is a different question.
Members, if not, I'll go back to the mover to sum up.
I take on board everyone's concerns. I suppose I would say that, yes, it's not perfect, but what this is actually achieving, and Councillor Mack is right, no one's going to move into the city just for this. This is just leverage. This is leverage for the Lord Mayor to take and talk to other policymakers to say, hey, we are doing something. What would you like to do to help us to fix these problems? And I take Councillor Moran's point that it's a bit rough around the edges, but I just remind members that 50 years ago there were 20,000 more people living in the city of Adelaide's boundaries. Our residential growth, even just as residential growth, not even owner-occupier growth, in my view, is not on track to meet the targets that we've previously set. And this is a problem. This is a problem. So we need to do something to start addressing it. I think this will be the first in many things that will come through the council chamber in order to address that problem. And I think the state government will legitimately be interested in providing a more substantial incentive, because if they don't, then they're going to need to answer to their children and grandchildren when urban sprawl has completely destroyed all of our decent market garden farmland and whatever dairy land is left in the hills, when the southeastern freeway is so clogged, when even the north-south corridor stretching from paddocks which are being built on currently in Anglevale to paddocks which have been built on in Aldinga. No, well, Lord Mayor, it's about densification. This is what this is ultimately about, densification. And the fact is, Adelaide, South Australia, because we are so urban sprawl, we do not have the tax base to deliver services. That's why public transport, which is often discussed in this chamber, isn't adequately funded, because we just don't have the resources to cover such a large area. And just quickly, to Councillor Donovan's point, I realise this is not as much of a housing affordability measure, but I just flagged that the previous income limits that were applied weren't actually in line with the housing affordability criteria applied by the Housing Authority anyway. Nevertheless, look, this is a start. It's a policy which we are taking to the state government. They may say, look, this is good, we've got this, but we want you to change this aspect or offer a little bit more. It's a start, and I really hope the Lord Mayor has some success in pursuing this policy and other incentives with the state government.
Members to the vote, those in favour, those against, that is carried.
Council members, the division has been called. All those in favour of the motion, please stand, remain standing until all names have been called.
Deputy Lord Mayor, Councillor Ho, Councillor Knoll, Councillor Donovan, Councillor Hyde and Councillor Abrahimzadeh.
Members, that takes us to 10.3, Golden Wattle Parklet.
Would just like to declare a conflict of interest, Lord Mayor. In the report I did read that there is a possibility that this might come through the Council Assessment Panel. So given that I am a member of the Council Assessment Panel and have a material conflict of interest, I'll leave the room.
Thank you. Councillor Hyde, I saw your hand go up.
I haven't.
Oh, okay.
Very minor.
Okay. I'll look for a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Knoll. Councillor Hyde.
This is just a very slight change based on the discussion at committee, which is that the administration did a good job engaging with 17 businesses around where this parklet is proposed to go, but all of those businesses were at grade, they were at street level, and some of the concerns from elected members were about the businesses that are above and potentially below as well, what they think about parking. So this just is asking the administration to include some minimum standards for engaging with those businesses in particular, so that when these come through in future to the administration, there can be a little bit more rigour around what the actual impact on businesses are. Of course, we know that they're by and large only going to get in touch with us when something's gone terribly wrong, and they often don't like to submit to consultations, but through my investigations it became clear that we didn't really make the effort to engage those businesses that are on levels 1 through to umpteen, so I'd like to see us do that at least and give them the opportunity to give feedback.
Thank you. Councillor Knoll, did you wish to speak? Members? Councillor Martin.
Look, Lord Mayor, I just want to explain why I will not support this. I am very supportive of incentives to business, and in fact I'm supportive of parklets. They have always worked in the past. But in this instance, the proposed parklet licence holder is a gambling venue. It offers poker machines. It is a council leased property, and additionally, our policy is that we, thanks to Councillor Abiad, will not allow council properties to be occupied by gambling premises. Now that is a retrospective, or a prospective policy rather, not a retrospective one, and so this tenant escapes it. But look, Lord Mayor, you know, I've seen at a personal level the impacts of poker machines on people, and I think anything that's driving people vaguely in their direction is something that doesn't deserve my support. So I will not support this.
Thank you. Members? Councillor Moran?
Much as I would like everybody to access the city on bikes, public transport, etc., etc., at the moment our on-street parks are like gold. And as Councillor Hyde has pointed out, while the ground level businesses seemed happy with it, mainly because he is the ground level business, the other people who may be affected on the other levels were not asked. So while it might only seem 2 car parks, they, as I said, they're hen's teeth in the city, they're rare and they're protected. And until we get a better way of accessing our city and our businesses, I do not agree with businesses going onto the road surface.
Members? If not, I'll go back to Councillor Hyde to sum up.
Only that I agree with the concerns of Councillor Moran, but I am still willing to see how this goes at least. I do have some broader misgivings around using the space in this way, because we do need to be supporting accessibility, like the congestion bustion that I brought to the special meeting, Lord Mayor, very good policy. But, and just on this, I would just say to Councillor Martin, what better way to drag someone out of the gaming den and out into the world than giving them a beautiful looking parklet to go into. I think the Golden Bottle is a popular venue, and it's not popular because of the gaming machines there. This will increase the amenity of this part of the city for its users, and while at the same time trying to mitigate the concerns that other businesses may or may not have, but we're not sure because we haven't exactly asked them yet, but we will ask them in the future as a result of the writing that's in red there. So I commend it to the Chamber.
Members, to the vote, those in favour? Those against? That is carried. 10.4, AIDA Advisory Committee. Sorry, did someone call the division? My apologies, I didn't hear that. Did you? Sorry.
All those in favour of the motion, please stand and remain standing till all names have been called.
Councillor Mackie, Deputy Lord Mayor, Councillor Knoll, Councillor Donovan and Councillor Hyde.
Members, that takes us to 10.4, which is the AIDA Advisory Committee Terms of Reference. Councillor Hyde.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just have a slight alternative.
Members, I'll look for a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Abrahimzadeh.
Again, Lord Mayor, just capturing the discussion from the committee where it was outlined that the precinct group collective is not actually defined in any particular way. Of course, we know who our precinct groups are, but the precinct groups, when they get together, they may not necessarily agree on who their representative is going to be. So what this does is sets some threshold criteria for defining them, which AIDA can work on in consultation with them, and anyone else who's required to work out what best practice is in this situation. And it addresses those concerns and makes it so that the precinct groups have a bit more structure around them, that we are able to assist as well, because I think we do need to ensure that they're functioning at their best. It's good to see that we're supporting groups like Napa and Hutt Street and and East End and what have you. But at the same time, there are other groups that I think could and should be included, and I think are quite healthy, and that means things like the Chinatown Association of South Australia, that have a very clear community of interest there on Moota Street. So setting some of these threshold criteria, I would think that CASA could actually meet a lot of the same benchmarks that other groups do, whether it's Napa or Hutt Street or West End or what have you. So that's what this achieves, while at the same time allowing AIDA to put some extra rigour around what the precinct group collective is, so that it can be very clear when it comes to the appointment of their representative on the advisory committee, how that will happen and thus who that person will be.
Thank you. Councillor Abraham-Zadeh, did you wish to speak? Members? Councillor Martin?
In framing this report in the discussion paper, what definition did the administration use for precinct groups?
Acting CEO.
Too many microphones on. Thank you to the presiding member. Mr Hill from AIDA will explain. Thank you.
Through the presiding member, thank you for the question. We probably took the traditional view of probably the 7 precinct groups that have been previously funded.
Okay, well look, I think it's pretty clear, and I have no objection to what Councillor Hyde is trying to get at. Why don't you just say Chinatown representative or other representatives? That would be the shortcut. This just launches a whole heap of bureaucracy. We know that we want a representative on this advisory group from the precinct groups. There are 7 associations which are incorporated and which receive funding from council each year, $25,000. They acquit that amount each year. They do not receive another dollar until they've acquitted that. Some of them perform well on occasions. None of them have performed at peak form in the last couple of years because of COVID. However, they are in there recognised by council. Let's just change it and include Chinatown or any other group that may be appropriate in terms of a representation of business interests. I'm aware, for example, that we could have a representative of hospitality, we could have a representative of small business, we could have I think there is one actually, of small business. No, there isn't. We could have a representative of another area. Am I right? I seem to remember there is a small business representative. I think that's one of the criteria one person has to have, small business experience. So if it includes Chinatown, that's fine, let's do it.
Members, Councillor Mackie, then Councillor Donovan.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Look, I understand the point that Councillor Hyde is trying to make, but I would ask that we have a little bit of a reality check here, folks. This is an advisory group to a Section 42 authority which refers back to council for making any substantial decisions, and it feels like we're over-egging the pudding. So I would foreshadow, I'll vote against this amended motion and foreshadow that I would, if it is not supported by a majority, I will move the original motion.
Thank you. Councillor Donovan.
Just a question, Lord Mayor. Do the precinct groups at present have any requirement for a minimum number of business members, or are there any precinct groups that any of the existing precinct groups that could potentially be excluded because of this amendment?
Acting CEO.
Thank you, through the presiding member. Not that I'm aware of, so I can't confirm that there's any minimum number of members that they need to have.
Members, sorry, Councillor Moran.
Yes, well, I'm no fan of AIDA. I think we've abrogated our duty. We've got a big, enormous administration that should be doing that job. I have every confidence in them. In the short experience with AIDA, we haven't taken their advice. So I don't care what you do with it. When there's a change of guard, AIDA will be the first one under the gun.
Thank you, Councillor Moran. Councillor Knoll.
mean, I can appreciate with the reference in regards to the advisory committee. So that's I can understand that and how they're going to put forward a representative. But I think in this is the fourth component, and I understand what the fourth component is about, and that's something. We're remembering AIDA. We've separated AIDA very clearly, and this is about business and about encouraging people in the city and all of those activities. And this is very much about getting all of the, supporting business and also all the other stakeholders in that regard. We also have our community aspect. So we've separated a little bit more strongly community groups, which are funded and supported by our community and culture, and this is very much more now about business focus. So we've been able to make it more clear the intention of the funding and all the rest of it, and that is it just helps the business groups to focus on the things that are going to make the difference. And there is can be, I look forward to seeing what the administration from AIDA come back with. That will put something around what the groups need to do, and to show success, to do what they're there designed for, and that is to actively support the local, and it's usually on-street business, and those that are more directly involved with the customers, etc., rather than necessarily the officers and such. So that we do have some sort of line where what is success for them, and it will vary from the different precincts, but I see that we do need to start to think about, they need to bring more members in, they need to get more people active, because for them to really deliver on the initiatives that AIDA is going to think about, they need to have great connections with the maximum number of businesses in their precincts, and obviously that still needs to be defined, etc. There's still a lot of work here, but for them to know where they should be putting their energies, and then behind that, and for me, I've asked the administration a number of times, the support that the administration will give them so that they can do that better. So it's not just about $25,000, which is this time, but it's about how can it increase that support by doing more of the back of house work for them and supporting them, and that can be anything from design work to graphics, pictures, whatever, so that they are able to do that focus on getting more members, activating the areas with business opportunities, and making them much more. Each of them separate and each of them to their personalities, but very much more successful. And that is enabling them to do that. And if they have a strong community aspect, there is that other channel for which they can be supported, and it is about being just a great community organisation that looks after its residents, etc. Because as it was heard in one meeting where the business and residents were at loggerheads, and it takes a lot of mediation for them to come together on certain occasions.
Members, Councillor Ho.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I also like to support the amendment, not just because, like Councillor Hai mentioned about Chinatown or Winter Street or Casa. Really, I would say, like Councillor Hai really have some kind of inside knowledge about our precinct group and community groups. Many of the precinct groups and community groups I know of that are really not that activated. And on one hand, they don't have enough financial members. Rather than financial members, they all just have a mailing list. Besides that, quite a lot of them don't even have regular meetings. Really, to help AIDA to have the right people in the advisory committee, we need to ensure that the people who get into that committee really have the connections with the right business people and the right community. So I would say this amendment makes a lot more sense to me, and I urge the members to support it. Thank you.
Members, if not, I'll go back to Councillor Hyde to sum up. Members to the vote, those in favour, those against, that is carried.
Council members, the division has been called. All those in favour of the motion, please stand and remain standing till all names have been called.
Deputy Lord Mayor, Councillor Ho, Councillor Knoll, Councillor Donovan, Councillor Hyde and Councillor Ibrahim today.
Members, the next item on the agenda is 10.6, which is the reimagined Adelaide's New Year's Eve. And I'll look for a mover, Councillor Hyde, seconded Deputy Lord Mayor.
This is final and largely inconsequential. Turn it. So it's one line.
I already have seconded. Councillor Hyde, did you wish to speak to it?
Only to say, Lord Mayor, that this motion as it is reaffirms our commitment to holding fireworks at midnight on New Year's Eve. I understand, reading the report, that those fireworks were not explicitly mentioned in it. I think the midnight fireworks, even if they're not as well patronised as the 9:30 fireworks, which cater towards families, the midnight fireworks are spiritually important to everyone in Adelaide. It's symbolic of us saying goodbye to the previous year and welcoming the new one, and welcoming it in a sense of celebration that we are together and we are still here. And I think after the years that we've had recently, we certainly do want to celebrate the fact that South Australia is one of the safest places in the world, that Adelaide is one of the safest places in Australia as well. It's something worth celebrating. This is why we need to keep the midnight fireworks, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Deputy Lord Mayor? Councillor Moran?
Yes, no, I don't agree with the addition of midnight fireworks. I thought it was quite sensible, and I understood that Councillor Hyde hadn't in the past. It's not so much about the COVID or being against fireworks, but we had the awful thing of fires raging through Australia, and we still held our fireworks when practically every other city cancelled it, and then we actually lit the banks of the Torrens. Fireworks are lovely, but they can be replaced, as the Lord Mayor said in the media, by other events, other street activities, and I think it's time that the midnight one finished. We're not Sydney, so we're not beamed around the world. We have retained the fireworks for the children in an earlier time, and I think that was a very sensitive and sensible thing to do. But I think it would show that Adelaide's growing up to lead the way with perhaps a light show or more personalised concerts. We didn't always have there's some belief among the newer members that this was a long-held tradition. It wasn't. Not that long ago we used to hold the New Year celebrations in the town hall on the balcony, and there'd be street parties down below. People liked those just as much. So this is quite a new thing. I think it's rapidly losing favour to light shows and less dangerous, especially in the driest continent, in the city in the driest continent. I think we should lead the way instead of just burning things. I mean, it seems a funny old fossil fuel time thing to do. Surely we could be a little bit more environmental than just letting off crackers. We're not that. We are a sophisticated city, and we should act in a sophisticated, sensitive way when we celebrate, and cut out what has become just bread and circuses and silly old-fashioned things. Although it might, obviously they have a sentimental hold in people's hearts. I remember when we had fireworks at home and you were allowed to blow your own fingers off. But that passed, and now I think this too must pass. And we should be a leader and not just go for the public sentiment that will probably be in the Advertiser tomorrow. Grinch Moran bans fireworks, but I'm happy to ban fireworks and put something more sophisticated, more advanced, and more environmental.
Deputy Lord Mayor.
I'm happy to vote for this, and I'm happy I'm glad that Councillor Hyde had reinforced for the midnight fireworks, although I think administration made it clear that was going to go ahead, but I'm glad that he's reinforced it. And I believe SAFM held New Year's Eve fireworks for a very long time, and correct me if I'm wrong, maybe we took over from them when that was...
Australia Day.
Yeah, is that correct?
Australia Day.
Oh, Australia Day, was it? Oh, okay. Well, fireworks is a very important for our city. It brings people together, as does a lot of the fireworks that we have had in the past, and it does bring the community into the city, which is what's important for us. It's important that we keep our city active and we keep our city alive, and it is something that will draw in for our businesses to enjoy. And it is sad that we are debating debating this as though it's a really bad thing, and it's a good thing, and it should be something that all families do look forward and to enjoy. And hopefully one day we maybe look at things doing a little bit differently, but for right now is if this is what we have and we can do for New Year's Eve, along with everything else that we have planned. It's not the only thing we have planned. We have a lot of things planned for our city for New Year's Eve, and stretching it out within the CBD to support our local community and our local businesses, which is really important for us at the present moment, especially with what we've been through over the past year.
Thanks, Deputy Lord Mayor. Councillor Mackie, then Councillor Knoll.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Through you, a question to the administration. What will be the budget impact of adding to the rest of the New Year's Eve program, now reinserting a midnight fireworks, noting that we have already within this program a 9:30 family-friendly fireworks production planned?
Acting CEO.
Thank you, through the Chair. The budget remains the same, and we will allocate accordingly to the priorities that Council sets. Just to be clear, that we had indicated that the change for New Year's Eve for this year would incorporate 3 elements, and we hadn't ruled out fireworks at midnight, so planning is already underway. Members will remember that this time last year, when we were talking to you about how we could deliver a New Year's Eve on the back of COVID last year, that part of the early conversations to get the COVID plan endorsed was around not necessarily enabling an activity that drew crowds together. And so obviously part of that will need to be considered when we finalise the plans for New Year's Eve this year.
Thank you, Acting CEO. Lord Mayor, through you. I used to think New Year's Eve fireworks was fab, but I'm actually really attracted to the idea of activating the precincts, creating enlivenment in the business areas where people pay rates and are seeking to build custom. And then to, just before the witching hour, suddenly be proposing something that actually acts as a huge draw away from those various precincts, villages, if you like, seems to me to be counter to the idea of, I guess in a sense, under the cover of COVID, trying something different. So for that reason, I won't support this motion with the amendment that has been proposed. And if it fails, I foreshadow that I will move the original motion.
Members? Oh, Councillor Knoll, sorry. And then I'll go Councillor Martin and Councillor Donovan.
We're looking at this in its entirety. One, the administrations that have come along and has proposed a whole variety of different other options that they're going to talk to the business community about, and about smaller activations all around the city. So they're already actively looking at delivering a different form of New Year that'll spread out, that'll benefit business. So that's already in train. What it is, and I try to explain it for myself, is that certain things we do on behalf of community as a way of bringing them together, and that's different from the business aspect where we're trying to get a commercial outcome. But here we are looking at a combination of fireworks and light show. So we're starting to put other things in place. So we're actually transitioning to seeing where we are going. But let's not forget, I think it was $500,000 was going to be the budget if we're going straight to a massive light show. So that's a huge extra cost, considering I think we're doing $371,000, I believe, for this. So we are working our way there. We're making it more commercially relevant. We're trying to give a whole variety of experiences by doing this. So it in itself is already starting to transition to see where we're going. I think still doing the midnight aspect, I mean, one of my granddaughters realised when one of my sons tried to bamboozle them by doing an early fireworks from New Zealand, that didn't work. And midnight was midnight. And she was really upset that we were, shirking the fact that this was the time, and she didn't appreciate it. So, in other words, we are celebrating New Year. We're not celebrating 9:30. 9:30 is for those that want to be able to go home. We're celebrating the fact that the city is alive and we can do all these different things. I think that's really fabulous. So, in all of these things, We are trying to make the city more active. And don't forget, we are in competition with Holdfast Bay, Glenelg, all these places, and they have, 40,000 people rock up there for the New Year's Eve fireworks that they have. I mean, we are trying to give them a different experience. I think we're working away there doing that, and I'm really grateful for the administration of coming with all these ideas. Let us see from year to year where we can take our visitors and how we can maximise certainly the commercial benefit, but also we are still here as the capital city doing things on behalf of Greater Adelaide, and there are certain things that we support for that reason. And let us work our visitor to where they wish to be with the form of entertainment that we can afford, but also that will generally make Adelaide the destination and keep our prominence as against all of the suburbs who shouldn't have that centre of attention.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I mean no offence to anyone, but I really am disappointed with this, because this is a great opportunity for us to be experimenting with other ways of celebrating New Year's Eve. And essentially what this boils down to is, instead of one location in the parklands, and I don't need to remind you that we set it on fire last time, we're now going to multiple locations in the parklands at 9:30 with fireworks and increasing the risk of fires. And then we're having a long table meal, that is, we're subsidising business to run a long table and people will pay to go. And then we're having hubs, events all over the place. Now, it's a bit of this, a bit of that. There's no budget for any of them outlined clearly here, just the total amount. Wouldn't it be nice if we could just come up with something that was different, that actually recognised that maybe it is hard to hold an event for 20,000 people, but let's do something that has impact in various parts of the city with lasers or similar. This is a golden opportunity for us, having broken that mould of midnight fireworks, not done it for 2 years, and contrary to what Councillor Knoll says, the City of Holdfast Bay is not doing it either. In fact, I'm not aware of anyone having fireworks in the city except the City of Adelaide. And I do hope that we do that without setting fire to anything. But if we can just recast this and try to find a new way of doing it, and recognise that there are great cities in the world that don't have fireworks. And one of them is New York. And although it may not be possible for us to be doing that this year because of COVID, we could too have something as fantastic as Times Square on New Year's Eve. I mean, that would be just sensational. So instead of just doing a bit of this and a bit of that, giving some of the money to business, giving some of the money to crackers in the parklands, it would be good if we could come up with something that was a bit more innovative. And maybe there's value in not doing much this year, conserving that money and finding that $500,000 that would produce the fantastic light show in 2022.
Councillor Donovan.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Just briefly noting the report and what was outlined within the report being that we would provide a number of different activations that could possibly include fireworks. I'm not going to vote against this, but this does act as a bit of a limiter in that we already have the creative team looking at all of the different opportunities that could include fireworks, and this is just to ensure that the understanding is that we are not going to be creating some usual Elder Park firework extravaganza. So, I'm not particularly against this or for this affirming the commitment to holding midnight fireworks, except to point out that it is already, we have a completely different model that we're looking at that could possibly include fireworks if appropriate, but is going to be looking at a whole lot of different novel events in different areas of the precinct. So I think it's important that we come back to what has actually been presented within the report, and that any commitment to midnight fireworks would be in no way looking to replicate what we have done in Elder Park in the past. So whether or not we affirm it in this way, that is actually a little bit of a limiter on the creative powers of our administration. But I think it's by the by, because the way that it will be enabled will be very different to what has happened in Elk Park in the past.
Thank you. Members, I might say something if we are finished. Question?
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Follow-up question. I realise I could have expressed this differently the first time round. Given the global budget that has been approved of $370,000, were fireworks to be reinserted into New Year's Eve, what will be the consequence for the rest of the program, the financial consequence for the rest of the program, potentially?
Acting CEO.
Thank you through the presiding member. My understanding is there's already an incorporated amount for some fireworks within that total quantum, councillor. Is that correct? Yep. Yeah. There's already a sum allocated.
Yep. Members, just before I go back to the move to sum up, I agree with what Councillor Donovan said in that they've presented us with a 5-year plan. It's really about the celebration being across the city and North Adelaide. It is actually quite innovative in terms of trying to create all of these moments around the city and in our precincts, driving hospitality, dining experiences, making sure there's experiences for young families with the 9:30 fireworks, and also that the fireworks would always be included because everybody loves a countdown, but not the main feature. So we're not talking about 80,000 people packing into Elder Park. In fact, I hope that number doubles. I hope we have 160,000 people in and around the city in North Adelaide enjoying their New Year's Eve at all the different pockets and all the different hospitality areas that we have. Just as a clarification, because it's been mentioned several times, there was a small mishap when we had the last fireworks. I think the fire on one tree lasted for about 60 seconds before it was under control. And I know it was on the riverbank, councillors. I'm speaking, thank you. So I do applaud the team for bringing back a great report. I do actually commend it to the Chamber. To have a 5-year plan, I think, will be exceptional, and that we can incorporate all of these things, including hybrids and lighting. Thank you. I'll go back to the move to sum up.
I think the take-home from this discussion is Councillor Martin's plan, new plan for 88 O'Connell. We're going to get rid of fireworks and have Times Square right there on O'Connell Street. Because that's what the City of New York does. That's how they celebrate without fireworks, and they have something else to fill that void. But of course, this New Year's Eve, there will, Lord Mayor, be something for everyone. We're going to have events spread all across the city. And we will have the light shows that Councillor Moran refers to, that we've discussed before. It'll be a hybrid display. What this does is say to the people of South Australia that if you want to have a special moment anywhere in the city at one of our hubs at midnight, you can come here and do that. That's what we've done for many, many years now, and that is what we should continue to do. Because there is a lot to celebrate, Lord Mayor. There's a lot to celebrate about being here in South Australia, and there's a lot to celebrate as a council. Balanced budget, smashing debt. We've got the money. The money isn't an issue. Let's have the midnight fireworks.
Members to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Division being called.
Would all those in favour of the motion please stand and remain standing until all names have been called?
Councillor Mackie, Deputy Lord Mayor, Councillor Ho, Councillor Knoll, Councillor Donovan, Councillor Hyde and Councillor Abrahimzadeh.
Thank you, members. That takes us to item 10.9, Heritage Listed Property Insurance. And I look for a mover. Thank you, Councillor Martin. Look for a seconder. Councillor Hyde. Councillor Martin, do you wish to speak to it?
Yes, Lord Mayor. Look, I am disappointed with what's been provided. The motion, which is not repeatedly, made it clear that I was looking for not necessarily financial outcomes that would involve the expenditure of council funds. And what we've got is a debate about rate rebates and incentives. What I had hoped was that the administration would go away and talk, as I'd suggested in proposing this, in which the council endorsed, talk to people like the Local Government Association to see if there's a way in which this city, acting in concert with local government association or other councils, could somehow talk to the insurance industry, find out if it is possible for us to lead the industry in perhaps a class of insurance that looks after heritage properties. Now, that is the sort of thing I had in mind. I made it clear at the time I did not want this. And that will, in my view, solve two problems. The first is it will act as an incentive to people to not only purchase heritage places, but to insure them correctly. And one of the problems is that insurance is hellishly expensive for owners of heritage properties because of the construction involved. It's much more complicated than an apartment. And it would be, in my view, a wonderful thing if some insurance company somewhere came up with a proposal that would help heritage property owners. Now, having said that, I guess I accept this. We'll let it go. And this is, of course, yet another one of those things that will have to go to the next council.
Councillor Hyde, did you wish to speak? I'm just going to ask for a comment from the CEO because I agree with what you said, Councillor Martin, because I do remember that debate. And I was thinking of what NAVA, which is the Australian Visual Arts Association, did, where they did a collaborative effort so that everybody can get a discount on their public liability insurance. So I just had a quick side note with the CE. Are you happy to... Did you want to talk about re-looking at the report?
Thank you. Through the presiding member, my apologies, Councillor Martin. I don't actually remember that, and if we haven't hit the mark, then obviously this was just for noting. So I'm happy to take your feedback on board and ask the team to rework it and perhaps sit down and just, now that we have our Chief Operating Officer on board, just sit down and work with you just to make sure that we're very, we've got clarity on what you're intending to achieve.
Yep. Thank you. Great. Thank you. Members, if not, I'll go to Councillor Martin to sum up.
Summed up, thank you.
Members to the vote, those in favour, those against, that is carried.
Council members, a division has been called. All those in favour, please stand and remain standing till all names have been called.
Councillor Moran, Councillor Mackie, Councillor Knoll, Councillor Donovan, Councillor Hyde, Councillor Abrahimzadeh and Councillor Martin.
Members, I have at 10.11 council member elections, diversity and gender equity. I look for a mover. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I look for a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Abrahimzadeh. Deputy Lord Mayor, did you wish to speak?
Yes, I do, Lord Mayor. Thank you. I wanted to speak to this item in light with what was in the papers just recently with one of our candidates, and it really saddens me and caught me by surprise that we haven't moved past this thinking in regards to people's culture, putting their hand up for this election. So I just wanted to reinforce that as a council. I believe that we are all for gender equity and diversity within the council. We don't agree, and we want to send out a clear message that as a council that we are open to all genders, cultures, Indigenous sexual identity and preferences, and that we as a council reinforce that this is what we believe creates a great mix within our local government. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Councillor Abrahimzadeh.
I do have a question, Lord Mayor.
Yes.
Through you. With the strategy and the support framework that gets put into place for the council term of 2022 to 2026, will that be an ongoing strategy and framework from there on? Do we know?
The acting CEO, so I'm just going to go to Director Amanda, if you could.
Thank you. Through you, Presiding Chair. Yes, it will. It will continue. That strategy and framework will continue. Yeah. So not just for the next general election, but ongoing. It's an ongoing commitment.
Perfect. Thank you.
Members, if not, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour, those against, that is carried. Could I have that recorded as unanimous, please? 10.12. is the review of the APLA Charter. I look for a mover. Thank you, Councillor Hyde. And the seconder, Councillor Abrahimzadeh. Councillor Hyde, did you wish to speak to it?
No, thank you.
Councillor Abrahimzadeh? Members? Councillor Martin?
Yeah, look, Lord Mayor, I won't be supporting this. They are, and I do understand that APLA has approved this, and I just think they are very subtle changes that will affect the fabric of APLA. And I refer particularly to 2.1.13 and 3.2.7. They are subtle shifts in the nature of employment, so that we're moving from APLA, which is, as you know, a body that's created by state and council, state government and council, a body under the Parklands Act to administer the parklands, and it removes the person to be appointed in accordance with the Charter, the executive officer, and replaces it with a staff secondment from council to employ or engage. And there are a host of other minor recommendations associated with that. But what it does, in my view, is that it subtly shifts the balance so that the independence of the officer as a person appointed to this state government, City of Adelaide body, becomes a City of Adelaide staff member.
If I could, just for clarification, the Executive Officer, Martin Cook, has always been an employee of the City of Adelaide. There has never been someone outside of that employment framework.
But Executive Officer has been someone appointed in accordance with the Charter to act in that role to manage the business of the authority and the board. That is their role. Now, what their background is, I'm not concerned about, but what this does is directly require that will be a staff secondment. And then there is a subtle shift, and I'm not suggesting that this is going to happen, I'm just saying that the potential is there for it. There is that ongoing relationship with the City of Adelaide and the interests of the City of Adelaide because it's a staff member on secondment, not an executive officer appointed to that role in the terms of the Charter.
Okay.
That is the point that I wish to make. Most of the other changes I don't have a problem with, but it just seems to me that it is one of those steps in which the council administration is becoming more intimately involved with what is a statutory authority, or at least an authority created under the Parklands Act. Now, I know that will be contested, not least by the administration, but I just wanted to make known that I wasn't particularly enthusiastic about it.
Thank you. Members? If not, I'll go to the move to sum up. Members to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried.
Could have a division.
A division?
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at that grin. Now we're back to theatre. Members, a division has been called.
All those in favour, please stand and remain standing till all names have been called.
Councillor Moran, Councillor Mackie, Deputy Lord Mayor, Councillor Ho, Councillor Knoll, Councillor Donovan, Councillor Hyde, Councillor Abrahimzadeh.
It's actually probably good for us to stand every now and then anyway, because we've been in our chairs for a while. Members, that takes me to 10.13, the Community Land Revocation Purie Street, and I'll look for a mover. Councillor Hyde, I'll look for a seconder. Councillor Moran, you seconding? Councillor Moran. Councillor Hyde, did you wish to speak? Councillor Moran, did you wish to speak?
A few points. Happy that this was always brought to be sold. I was there when we decided to buy it. We told the volleyball people 6 months max. Unfortunately, we were all new councillors then and thought that meant 6 months max. Many years later, could I just ask, because it's all land that council owns, community land, come under this? Is everything we buy?
Do they all have a CLMP?
Yeah. I can't remember the Cornu side going through this process. So are there exceptions to it?
I think I'd best defer this to Mr McCready to explain, but I would say that the land titles would have been different. So Tom, could you please explain?
Through your presiding member, thank you for the question. In regards to the Cornu site, when we purchased the Cornu site, it was simply as a transaction. We were actually going to move on it, so a CLMP was not applied to the site. But typically, most of the lands that we do have, we have CLMPs over it, and that's why we bring it to council to either consider or to revoke and whatever.
Look, it's obviously not the subject, but I cannot see the difference between buying this in land banking and buying the Cornu site. Offline, could you please explain what becomes CLMP and what doesn't?
Certainly.
I thought it all did. So. Thank you.
Thanks, members. Councillor Martin.
Look, I don't disagree with this sale for the reasons that we previously discussed, but I am concerned about the media reports with respect to Volleyball SA, and I just wonder whether the administration can provide some assurances, or whether it's necessary for me to move, or try to move anyway, an amendment to ask them to speak to Volleyball SA. But they are saying essentially that we have not been able to provide them with the assistance that they require. The state government has declined a request for funding, and therefore our proposal to relocate them to Bonython Park is meaningless. In fact, as Adelaide says, without funding, nothing will go ahead other than us ceasing to be, which is obviously what no one wants. Is it possible that we could have some conversation with Volleyball SA about how we might be able to help facilitate that move?
Acting CE.
Thank you, through the presiding member. So members will be clear that the first step was to find a space for Volleyball SA, and that was the priority, because without having a location, it was clear that Volleyball SA was then unable to start to pursue potential sources of funding to relocate. So that was the absolute priority, and Council has since resolved a space in Park 27 for the volleyball courts. In relation to ongoing conversations, I'm confident that administration has and continues to offer advice and support and help to Volleyball SA to enable them to either access other grants and certainly help in any way we can to try and enable them to get the funding that they need.
And did we say to them, as in daily reports, the last thing we heard was that Council was not able to provide any funding at all?
Acting CE.
Through the presiding member, I'm not prepared to comment on what you're reading out in a media article, Councillor, but I'm certainly happy to give an undertaking to step through the conversations and commitments and the undertakings that we have committed to Volleyball SA over the last few years.
And can I ask a rhetorical question? If the Council is not going to provide funding, if the state government and the federal government, as Volleyball SA claims, is not providing funding, is it satisfactory? Are we prepared just to let them cease to have a home?
I think it's actually more that there are many grants and funds that are available, and they keep coming online. It's just because they haven't qualified for one, which I'm not sure whether they submitted. It doesn't mean that they won't qualify for the other. And all the community development grants are out federally at the moment.
Okay, but I do have an assurance that the administration will talk to them and find ways that we can help.
It was also my understanding that if we could find a site, that they would go a long way to find the funding if they actually had the land.
Okay, thank you.
Members, if there's no other speakers, Councillor Hyde, to sum up.
Just to reiterate that yes, this site was, as Councillor Moran said, bought to be sold at the most opportune time and developed. Colonel Wyatt laid out the City of Adelaide, and when he laid out that block, he did not intend for there to be a beach volleyball court there. He intended for there to be a building there. That's what there was going to be there before that project fell over, and then we picked it up at a steal, as Councillor Moran would remember, with the intent of ensuring that in the future it was developed as it should be. And that's what I think this will ultimately lead to. When we're thinking about beach volleyball, of course, councillors will remember we had a motion that I brought some months ago to direct the administration to identify a site to work with them. And that was brought in a rather hasty fashion at the time in order to allow them to at least have what they needed to apply for a grant from the Office of Recreational Sport. It's worth also remembering that although that grant round was announced, there is now immediately following it another grant round as well. And I would hope our administration are working constructively now that we've identified a site with them, and ensuring that they have the support necessary so that they can lodge an application. We have given them landlord approval. That was the main thing that they were lacking at that point in time. That is now done. So although it's unfortunate that beach volleyball may not continue at this particular site, it should continue in the City of Adelaide so long as we have support. We provide the land and the location and in-kind support through our administration, and state government provides funding, and perhaps beach volleyball SA can tip in as well. That's how these things usually work. Of course, let's not forget that the person, if someone comes and takes this property off our hands, they may well want to put a beach volleyball court up in the sky, somewhere on top of a building. It's done elsewhere in the world. The engineering to carry many tons of sand would have to be just a little bit up there, but it is done elsewhere in the world, and perhaps that's something that someone might want to factor into their development. They would have beach volleyball there as probably a long-term tenant. They don't pay too much, but they do bring a lot to the table by way of activation and a sense of community, but that's ultimately up to them. I do want to see them supported into the future, and that's why we've identified a site in Bonython Park for them to go to.
Thank you. Members to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Councillor Martin, how are you voting? If you sit in the chair, you have to vote for? For. Thank you, members. I might get that one actually recorded as unanimous as well. Thank you. When we go to 10.14, so just before we go to that, because there's three parts to, two parts to note, one to endorse and then to appoint. It is actually really good if members can actually, if we can share the experience of being through the LGA and what happens there. So far, I think Councillor Donovan, you were the voting delegate for the first year for the LGA AGM. Deputy Lord Mayor, you were the delegate for the second, and I was there for the last. So if there is someone who would like to nominate as the voting delegate for the next one, which is in October, I would encourage you to do so. If not, we can actually go with number 3. So I go to the floor to either go to 1, 2 and 3, or the second 3. Councillor Abraham today.
Yeah, happy to proceed with 1, 2 and 3.
The first 3? 1 through 3?
Oh, sorry, yeah,
the first 1 through 3, thank you. And I look for a seconder for the first 1 through 3. Thank you, Councillor Mackie. That was confusing. Councillor Abraham today, did you wish to speak?
I'll leave it at that, thank you.
Councillor Mackie, members? Councillor Moran?
Yes, look, I'm perfectly happy to endorse that. If somebody wants to go to the LGA and be a continuing member, they have my eternal amazement, really. I don't think we get any help from the LGA. I don't think it makes any difference to us. If I was Queen of the World, I would withdraw us from the LGA immediately.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, actually, I got a nice pen the last time I was there. It's quite good. Lord Mayor, look, I note that this actually also includes the notice of motion. Am I correct in that? That is the one that's proposed by Councillor Knoll?
Yes.
And that also is to come up later in the meeting. So we're actually being able to endorse that, being asked to endorse that before we actually have the discussion about it. And I'm just interested to know why it is that Councillor Knoll wants the Local Government Act varied so that the email address of any person or corporate organisation or whatever is recorded on the voters' roll.
So apologies, but the motion on notice that you're talking to is actually not for Garrick.
Oh, am I one step ahead, am I?
Yes, I think so. So my apologies. So the motion that is coming up later is for me to write to the Minister on another matter. This one is... I'm sorry, I'm just trying to find it on my iPad.
So it's not, we're not endorsing it, it's just noting that this is coming up later as a motion to go with this. Right? I'm just puzzled because it's in there.
Sorry, Councillor Martin. Just to clarify, there's two separate things. So my understanding with this motion, if you endorse it, is it then gets submitted to Garrock to consider before it then gets listed on the LGA AGM agenda. So that's a separate sector discussion versus the motion on notice is proposing that the Lord Mayor write.
If I could perhaps change the wording, so if endorsed, because the motion hasn't been before the chamber yet. So if endorsed by council, the submission of the proposed motion contained in this report will be referred. Yep. Yes? Could I ask that be done as a variation?
You want me to move that, or the mover happy to take the variation? Sure.
So that's basically saying that if we endorse it when we get to it, then it's actually submitted to Garrick for to refer to the LGA. But then it has to be approved by Garrick before it goes to the LGA AGM as well.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Is everybody happy with that? Yeah. Thank you. I'll just go to the mover, just go to the seconder. Councillor Mackie, are you happy with that? Thank you. Any other speakers? If Councillor Hyde?
Only that I totally agree with what Councillor Moran said.
Any other speakers? If not, I'll go to Councillor Abrahimzadeh to sum up. Members to the vote, those in favour, those against, that is carried. That takes us to 10.15, representation review. I'll look for a mover. Oh, did that go through en bloc? Sorry, my apologies, that went through en bloc. Members, I am going to ask us to take a short break before we go to the confidential items. If I could suggest back in... is 20 minutes okay for everyone?
I don't think it's going to take very long to push through because I'd really like to have a hot dinner that I've cooked in there.
I'm happy to, but I'm sorry, I need to leave the chamber for a few minutes.
Can we have a toilet break then, but not a...
We can. Break? We could do a 5-minute break and then come back and see if we can get through the agenda. Members? Yep. I need to leave the chamber. Thank you. Thank you, members. Next on the agenda, we have 3 items to consider in confidence. I will need a motion to exclude to enable us to consider these in confidence. So if I need a mover and a seconder. 12.1.1 Brown Hill and Keswick Creeks Stormwater Board member appointments. I need a mover. Thank you, Councillor Abraham today. Seconder. Thank you, Councillor Knoll. Members? Not to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Item 12.1.2 Whitmore Square tenancy. Thank you, Councillor Abraham today. Seconder, Councillor Knoll. Members? Councillor Martin.
Yes, Lord Mayor, look, I'd like to ask this matter not be heard in confidence. This is, in fact, it is misnamed. It is not about a tenancy at all. The matter is something else. It is related to a property matter, and property matters of this nature, that is related to property that is owned by the ratepayers of the City of Adelaide, should always be dealt with in an open fashion. Now, I have to say, additionally, I have grave concerns about the manner in which the process that is described in the confidential part has been tackled, and that only heightens, I think, in my view, the need for this to be heard in public. I can't say much more. I'm prevented from doing so, but this, by its nature, must be public.
Members? If not, I'll go to the move to sum up.
It's not worth it. Yeah, something.
Members to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. And the third item to order exclusion is 12.1.3 Gawler Place U Park Priority Works. Councillor Knoll, seconder. Councillor Abraham today. Members? If not, back to the move to sum up. Members to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. So, members of the public and staff, thanks for the attendance in the first part of the meeting. Those not associated with items 12.1.1, 12.1.2 and 12.1.3, please leave the council chamber. The streaming will now cease while the council considers these items on the agenda, and the meeting will reopen and streaming recommence at the conclusion of the last confidential item. back on. Thank you, members. That takes us to item 13 on tonight's agenda, which is the Lord Mayor's report. The city has more than 50 events about to take place across the CBD and North Adelaide this winter, and we're working very closely with the Adelaide Economic Development Agency and the state government to attract more people to the city during the winter months and give our arts, tourism and hospitality sectors a much needed boost. On the 25th of June, I joined the Premier Stephen Marshall and Daniel Gannon from the Property Council for the announcement of FOMO Fridays, which will create street parties and activities in the city each Friday in September, with the aim being to encourage more city workers back to the office on a Friday. The Van Gogh Alive exhibition is now underway at 88 O'Connell, and I attended the launch on the 29th of June. This event forms part of Illuminate Adelaide, which is Adelaide's new annual winter festival, and is proving to be a drawcard to O'Connell Street, with traders, including the Archer, reporting a significant increase in patronage and people on the street. Is that me, Craig? Yeah. Sorry. The Light Up O'Connell initiative is supporting traders to maximise this opportunity with support of our O'Connell Street SPOC, single point of contact, as part of the placemaking team. In addition, we have our winter weekends events taking place every Friday and Saturday night across the city and North Adelaide until October, and this is being delivered in partnership again with the state government and the Adelaide Economic Development Agency. I attended the opening of Light Creatures at the Adelaide Zoo as part of Illuminate Adelaide on the 8th of July. If you do want to take your families to the Light Creatures, I suggest you get in fast. It is selling very quickly. Also last week we marked NAIDOC Week. I hosted a morning tea in the Adelaide Town Hall and had the honour of presenting my Lord Mayor's NAIDOC Award to Auntie Yvonne Aegis, my co-chair of the City of Adelaide Reconciliation Committee, and a remarkable woman who has fought for Aboriginal rights for more than 40 years. I also attended the NAIDOC in the Mall event and unveiled this year's artwork created by Aboriginal artist Keisha Malera. Keisha has also created the beautiful T-shirts that were handed out at the event, as in at the Customer Centre, and that were worn during the NAIDOC week march through the city. On July 2nd, I spoke at the Business SA State Business Luncheon about City Recovery and our 2021-2022 business plan and budget, including our major city-shaping projects such as 88 O'Connell and Market Square, as well as 10 Gig Adelaide. On 9th June, I attended the G7 Urban Summit on Cities Unlocking Recovery and Renewable. I have also met with the Mayor of Christchurch, Leanne Dozell, over Zoom to discuss celebrations for the 50th anniversary of our Sister City Agreement in 2022, in July. On July 1st we met. I held a residents' forum on July 1st to speak with residents' groups and keep them informed about our progress of our strategic plan, as well as the business plan and budget, and also to hear their feedback about how their communities were faring during COVID-19. On the 30th of June, I announced the City of Adelaide and State Government had signed the new agreement for the City Connector bus with the Honourable Rachel Sanderson MP, the member for Adelaide. This is fantastic news for the community and much loved service for the City and North Adelaide. I was in Canberra for the Australian Local Government Conference with Councillor Donovan in June the 21st to 23rd. The conference included several important keynotes, including COVID-19, and provided an opportunity for mayors around Australia to share information and insights. And finally, we had a citizenship ceremony on the 18th of June and welcomed 50 new citizens from 17 countries of origin to Adelaide, and we were very privileged to have our guest speaker being the Honourable Hugh Van Ley, His Excellency, which will be his last citizenship ceremony for Adelaide. Can I have someone move to accept the report? Thank you, Councillor Abrahimsey. Seconded, Councillor Ho. Members to the vote, those in favour? Thank you. Those against? Thank you. I go to item number 14, which is councillor reports, and I look to the floor. Councillor Knoll.
I have a commemorative gift from the South Australian Italian Association, and this for the launch of their 70th anniversary history book. And I attended on behalf of the Lord Mayor, so I'm presenting the book to the Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I take it that you're also moving the motion. Thank you. And I need a seconder. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Okay.
Sorry.
No, that's all right. I have to brush up on my Italian. Thank you, Councillor Knoll. Did you wish to speak any further? Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just want to take this opportunity to thank administration for the great work that they did in collaboration with the state government in bringing the Van Gogh to North Adelaide. It has been such a massive welcome to the precinct, and it has been very, very popular. It has driven people to walking the streets of North Adelaide, and the community has certainly benefited from this being in North Adelaide. So I do appreciate the work that has gone into that, and I'm looking forward to hopefully it may be extending. I hear.
I think they announced it today. And I would encourage members to try and go to Van Gogh exhibition. It's fabulous. Members, any other comments? If not, go to the move to sum up. Members to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Members, we have 3 questions on notice. I'll just, by leave of the chamber, take them as read. By a show of hands, please. Thank you. Take those as read. Which takes us to questions without notice. Are there any questions without notice? Councillor Martin.
Supplementary to the questions on notice, Lord Mayor. I am not clear from the answer that's been provided in respect to councillor emails whether the emails of all councillors were viewed on the 2 occasions when there was an investigation related to potential breaches of the Local Government Act, or none. It's not clear. It just says there was no specific investigation, no investigation of any specific council member. Is that all or none?
Acting CEO.
Through the presiding member, I'll need to take that on notice. Apologies, I don't have that content. So.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. A further question. In relation to the response to legal costs culture investigation, the administration has deferred the matter, saying it will provide an answer to council at its August meeting, when there will be a discussion of the resolution of 14th of April 2020. Will that be in confidence or in open council?
Acting CEO.
Through the presiding member, I'm not sure yet, Councillor. Obviously, noting the huge public interest in the matter, I'll be endeavouring to do a report in public, but at this point I can't confirm that will be possible.
Could I ask the administration that information be contained in some public way for the meeting of August, whatever it is? Thank you.
Thank you, yes.
And just finally, in response to Great Street Towers, the administration has provided a range of answers. I appreciate that. Can they confirm then that it is the administration's view that the construction of a tower directly opposite the Central Market does not present any kind of strategic problem in relation to sale of apartments in the Central Market redevelopment that will look into that building? Is that correct?
Acting CEO.
Thank you through the presiding member. That is correct. Mr. McCready, would you like to just comment as well, please?
Through you, Lord Mayor, in response to the question, no, it's market driven, and the reality is that we encourage other developments and residential growth within the city, and actually it will actually enliven the precinct, so we actually believe it will be supportive of, and we don't believe it will conflict in regards to either sales or visitation to the site whatsoever.
All price, Lord Mayor?
In regards to price, that's to be determined by the developer, and in regards to the quality of the outcome. So I don't think necessarily that they will be trying to look at the competition in regards to what they're offering. I think they're more conscious of what they want to offer and what quality they're pitching at.
Thank you.
Thank you, members. That takes us to motions on notice. 17.1, Councillor Moran.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I move that Council notes that on-street parking control changes occurred in Palmer Place, North Adelaide on September 2020, resulting in the parking controls changing from 2 hours to 3. Notes that there have recently been negative community feedback from local residents and businesses in regard to the change in these parking controls. Requests that the administration review the 3-hour parking restrictions and report back to Council.
And I'll look for a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Mackie. Councillor Moran.
Well, the administrative comment, as per usual, certainly shoots this down and is very, in my opinion, defensive. I can't understand how it would possibly cost $8,500. I'd door knock the area. It didn't cost me $8,500. Palmer Place is a very small area. I suggest it would take a staff member possibly a couple of days to either put a letter under the door. I don't expect Team Adelaide will vote for this after the report. The group formerly known as Team
Councillor Moran, I'd like you to. I'm just going to stop you there. I'm going to ask you to stop using the term.
Well, could you?
I don't think that it should apply. I think you actually are being very presumptive in terms of how people may or may not vote.
I'm not being presumptive at all, Lord
Thank
Mayor.
you, Councillor Moran. I have asked you to refrain from using it. If you can't refrain from using it, please, I'll ask you to sit.
The dominant voting bloc.
Councillor Moran. Councillor Moran, that is not being respectful in the chamber. I'll ask you to refrain.
Quite respectful, really. I've got lots of other words to use for them that aren't respectful. That is about as respectful as I can get. Anyway, it's fairly clear what I'm asking for. The administrative comment is very negative, very defensive, and clearly they don't want to do it. And when that happens, the price shoots through the ceiling. I suggest that a couple of our very able workers on the street could get a good feel of how those parking changes by looking at how many people are overstaying, perhaps policing a little bit better, and see if there really is a problem in Palmer Place. Thank you.
Councillor Mackie. Members? Sorry, I saw actually Councillor Hyde's hand first, and then I'll go to you, Councillor Martin.
Only to ask, what is the 8,500 going towards?
Acting CEO.
To an external consultant. Clinton, do you just want to explain the process to council members, please?
Through the chair, what's been requested through the motion is a parking turnover study. So that would involve a consultant of sorts effectively sitting on the site just monitoring the turnover. So it's actually a requirement to be physically on site to do that process.
And couldn't Lord Mayor, couldn't one of our staff just bring up a camper chair and set up shop there?
Acting CEO.
Through the presiding member, if council members would like to direct the CEO through the Lord Mayor to say that's a good use of a staff member's time, my preference would be that we would use an external consultant at this point to manage that study.
Well, that's just madness. I think a couple of days at $300 perhaps or thereabouts a day is a heck of a lot better than $8,500. Could I suggest a variation to the motion?
I'd interrupt. I'm quite happy if you pay me $1,000 a day to sit for the next week and take a very good service.
Me too. Anne and I can do it together.
Yep. Okay. We've got 2 canvas chairs in Palmer Place for the next week.
Could I please just suggest a variation that requests the administration to review, without the use of consultants, the 3-hour parking restrictions. So it's clear that it's possible.
I'm happy to accept that.
That's been accepted. That's it?
That's it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Martin.
Yes, thank you. And look, Lord Mayor, I'd make the point, and the administration answer is, pardon me, focused on engaging a consultant, but the motion doesn't request that. It just asks the administration to review the 3-hour parking restrictions. That means reconsider, review. It doesn't mean hire a consultant. I can't understand why we are being so inflexible on this. Every member here has been receiving emails. I've been receiving them too. They are mainly from businesses and residents there, residents particularly, and they are claiming that there is less turnover now as a consequence of that 3-hour limit, and as a consequence, their customers and visitors cannot stop there because people are parked for lengthier periods. Now, I don't know why that is the case, because the rule in North Adelaide has always been around O'Connell Street. In the wings, it would be 2 hours, not 3 hours. 2 hours maximum. It has been our policy ever since I've been on council, in fact before. And there are different zones along O'Connell Street and in some of the streets running off it. But nowhere, am I aware, have we applied a 3-hour limit in such close proximity. It just doesn't make sense. And I would have thought that even if the administration was prepared to review this to the extent of, say, halving the number of spaces that have been converted from 3 to 2 hours, it would go some way to at least allowing those local businesses and residents to judge whether, in fact, it leads to an improvement. That doesn't require $8,500, doesn't require any time of staff other than the time associated with altering the signs. But really, it is an issue. People are concerned about it, and I've had to deal with, as Councillor Moran has particularly, a barrage of complaints over the last month or so.
Members? Lord Mayor?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I support this. It has been an issue with some of the residents, which we've all been receiving emails in regards to this, and I think it's our job as a council. We are receiving some sort of feedback in regards to, in particular this issue, in regards to parking in the streets. Then we should be investigating it further. I do know that there was an extensive consultation done. I did speak to a lot of the people that did email us, and I did go to the area there, and they didn't actually respond to the consultation because they didn't know. So, but I believe that also the other issue is that our parking inspectors haven't been out there regularly enough. That's what I've been told. But if these are just matters that we can actually just go back to the community, have a discussion with them, monitor what's happening there, and then we can find a solution that everyone's happy with.
Members, if not, I'll go back to Councillor Knoll.
Just as a question, so since this has come forward, has the administration increased the amount of monitoring they've done in this regard, so that they can start to moderate their the amount of people overstaying their parking?
Acting CEO.
Thank you, through the chair. So, as the admin comment tries to explain, what we were doing in response to resident requests was increasing our compliance surveillance.
Members, if not, I'll go to the move to sum up. Councillor Moran? Members to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Item 17.2, McKinnon Parade Pedestrian Refuge. Councillor Moran?
Yes. I move the council amend the budget to include $40,000 to build a pedestrian refuge in McKinnon Parade, outside McKinnon Parade Childcare Centre, to ensure the safety of parents and young children and babies using the centre. Now, I've put here the funds be funded from the renewal budget, but somebody from the administration rang me and asked me to change that, or ask that to be varied to another arm of the budget. But when I read the report, it doesn't say which I should do it from.
Okay. I've got the Deputy Lord Mayor as your seconder. So did you want to ask some questions before
Well, look, I'm happy to leave it in there. I'm happy to change it. Well, how would this help if I said from the renewal budget or any other budget line that is deemed more appropriate?
Just ask this acting CE.
Because there is another budget line that I can't remember the person that rang me that said if you get that varied, that would be better to that, but I can't remember what it was. I assumed it would be in the report.
Thank you through the presiding member. So
I'm happy to leave it as it is.
Yeah, I think as the admin comment makes clear is that we'd be looking for a federal grant to do this project. This issue has come up previously, and our previous advice just around how best to deliver this was through a grant-style program.
I know, but that's not what my motion says, acting CEO. If this gets up, it doesn't come from a grant, it comes from our budget, and that is exactly why I'm doing it. The McKinnon Parade, sorry, have I got a seconder? The McKinnon Parade Childcare Centre has been asking for a pedestrian refuge because of the blind corner, as you all should know. It's on the corner of McKinnon Parade. It is, which isn't a particularly busy street, but it is. We have provided nursing parking down there, so there is quite more traffic than would normally be on a parkland street. So I take issue with 1.1 of the administration comment. There is no significant safety risk that would warrant immediate installation. This isn't immediate. They've been asking it for almost a decade now. And I would have thought where all the parking's on the other side of the road and small children and mothers with pushers, I cannot see how anybody in their right mind could say that there's not a need for a pedestrian refuge on that street. What happens now is people cross at the corner. Which is silly, I know, but we all tend to take as the crow flies. But if you offset the pedestrian crossing to a little further down McKinnon Parade, not too far, parents and children would use that rather than blindly striking out. That corner is also extremely wide, and it has no lines in the middle, there's nothing there. So once again, I'm using the administration's assessment of 40,000. That seems a lot, but you know everything costs a lot, so I'll take that. But I'm not going to argue for it if it's not self-apparent that that this childcare centre, one of our very few, who's been asking it for years and years and years and years and years for it, we should give it to them now because I don't want any disasters happening.
Acting CE.
I think, Councillor Moran, just to help you, having just reviewed it, this isn't a renewal project, it's a new infrastructure project, and in line with principles endorsed by Council, that's why we would look to seek external funding.
No, I understand that. I understand that, Acting CEO, but nothing can't be overridden by a council decision. I'm not asking you to wait for the motion is quite clear. Amend the budget to include $40,000 to build a pedestrian. Amend our budget, not the state government's budget or the federal government's budget, our budget. I understand the new policy because we're a bit low on money to not do anything new, but I'd say this is not new. This is maintaining the safety of our roads. I know that's stretching it, but I think we should all be prepared to make an accept.
I'm just going to. I actually have to stop because I've already spoken.
Oh,
so
okay.
he's
All right,
speaking
sorry,
again.
but
So when you sum up,
it is disappointing when the administration speaks after me when I have already received that information.
Deputy Lord Mayor. Members, I have Councillor Hyde and Councillor Martin.
Just through Lord Mayor to the CEO, is it the CEO's interpretation that if this motion was passed as it is now, we wouldn't just find the money and implement at some point in the coming year?
Acting CE.
No, but what I would do is then at QF1 come back to Council and ask Council which renewal project would it like to offset to enable this to be included, noting it's not a renewal project.
So it comes through the QF1 reconsiderations, which is normal process.
When would that occur?
QF1.
Acting C?
Yeah, but we don't
QF1, so the first quarter will finish at the end of September, and we normally bring QF1 in during November.
So we're into Q2.
But that's actually when the reconsiderations happen on all the budgets. That's normal.
Could I ask a question of the mover, if that timeline is considered appropriate for safety?
Well, thank you for asking me that. No, I don't
I'm
think
sorry,
it is appropriate, but it sounds like that's the best we're going to get.
All right. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I wonder if it would help if the words were amended to simply say funded from the City of Adelaide's 21-22 budget as early as possible or as soon as possible. That then leaves it open to the administration to juggle or apply QF1 underspends.
Perhaps if we change it from renewal, because it's not a renewal, to the 21-22 budget.
To accept that?
I just want to explain why I put renewal in there. That was at the advice of administration. I realise it's not a renewal, but I'm happy to accept any words that will get this over the line and get the children a pedestrian refuge.
So if it says the funds be funded from the City of Adelaide's 21-22 budget, as soon as possible, would that be satisfactory to the movement?
Certainly.
Yep.
$21-22 budget.
Yep.
As soon as possible. I will look to the seconder. Deputy Lord Mayor, are you happy to accept that as well?
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand. In regards to this, you're saying...
Sorry, could you put your microphone on? I actually can't hear you from here.
Sorry, Lord Mayor. So you're saying that this is saying that it goes into the budget without even in consideration of...
No, it would come back through the QF1 reconsideration. So as that is in the as soon as possible. Okay. So we could do it as part of the reconsideration.
Yeah. Okay.
But can I just ask a question? I mean, what if we don't want to wait till the QF1? What if we want to start work on it as soon as possible? I can tell you where to get the money. Get us through. We'll take the $8,500 and I'll sit out there. That's a start.
But you were going to charge $1,000 a day, Councillor. We're not going to get much change from that. Sorry, Councillor Martin, you were speaking. I will please.
Yes, look, I don't have much to add to Councillor Moran's comments, except to say that as somebody who lives on that street, it is a particularly dicey corner. Not only do people turn right into McKinnon Parade towards the childcare centre, but they also turn left, and they're not nearly as visible. And they travel at some speed, as is known by members. Finnis Street is a feeder route now for the city from Bundy's Road, and so there's a lot of traffic, much of it moving very quickly. And I have often myself had to stop at the corner because a car has appeared from nowhere. In fact, it happened to me the second day I was back from my leave. I didn't recognise the driver, but anyway, it is a particularly dangerous corner, and it will not be long before there may well be some kind of incident. So I thank Councillor Moran for the motion. I endorse it entirely. I think this is a good decision of Council's if it approves it.
Thank you. I have Councillor Noel first.
Sorry. Goodness. Thanks, flying. Just a question of administration. So I'm just trying to. So this is McKinnon Parade because I drive around there. Do that quite often. So we're talking McKinnon Parade as we're heading along the parklands, and it's that entry that we're talking about is just further down from the corner, correct?
Parallel to Crone Road.
Yeah. So it's McKinnon Parade, heading where the parklands are, correct? Yes, all right. So I don't know what's got to do with Finner Street, etc. But considering it's a throughway and McKinnon Parade is, anyway, put that aside. So I have a question to ask, and that is that we're talking about moderating the vehicles and the speed of the vehicles and how people can cross the street. And so my question is, are there other means by which we can, modify the traffic without necessarily having to have something in the centre? By restricting speed, putting lines in the middle of the road, and other means, so that we are, changing the risk profile of that stretch of the street.
Acting CE.
Thank you. Through the presiding member, yes, there are numerous ways to try and reduce the speed at which traffic goes in and around the city and along our streets. However, I thought what was important with this motion was that it was a pedestrian refuge, and so therefore we didn't look to other methods to address the issue around people trying to cross the road. We just looked at the pedestrian refuge.
Because I know that directly in front of the where the the daycare centre is, it isn't a very wide street. And there's parking on either side, so all that would require a significant alteration to the...
No, I do know that infrastructure has already looked at this, and so it's able to be done. Members, if there's no more speakers, I'll go back to... Sorry, Councillor Howard. It's a question.
Just a question. This when it talks about the budget of 40k, that would be capitalised, not expensed, correct? That's enhancement.
Acting C.
Through the presiding member, yes, that's correct. Sorry, I just put a sweet in my mouth. I thought you were nearly done.
So our modest but widely celebrated and acclaimed surplus will remain unchanged as a result of this.
Well, it goes back to the QF1 reconsideration.
Yeah. So. But even if you chucked it in now, actually, it would remain unchanged.
Why can't we chuck it in now?
No, well, it wouldn't. It would put us into a deficit. But the way that we would normally take these through is through reconsideration. Acting C.
That's correct. So any financial decision that Council makes between now and the end of quarter one is always brought in on a quarterly basis for Council to consider. So whether that's you still want to do the work, you still want to spend the money, we'll also present things that we maybe perhaps can't deliver from a timing perspective, so things that we would then deprioritise to help fund Council's new and evolving programme that's been informed by decisions since they endorsed their budget.
And I think I'll just talk briefly now, Lord Mayor. I think there's some work we need to do around our QF reporting and make sure we can do that quicker, and that all various facets of our organisation reporting quicker, so we can get that as close as possible, as close as practicable to real time. And that's a bigger discussion we have to have, because come November, you're already halfway through your next. And we won't talk about infrastructure and carry forwards and what have you, but I think this makes a lot of sense. I think it's very straightforward. I think it's a common sense solution, and if we can't find 40k to build a pedestrian refuge for parents and their children's within our council area, then just what are we doing? Let's get on with it.
If I can just make the comment that the QF reconsideration or the QF report comes in approximately 4 weeks after the end of the quarter.
No, never does.
Oh, well, okay.
Well,
that's November. September finishes on September 30th, and November is actually the first meetings on the 2nd or something. Anyway, members, any other speakers? If not, I'll go to Councillor Moran to sum up.
I know this is not a normal summing up, but when I speak to the childcare centre, and I'm assuming that everybody here supports it, because it's child safety, parent safety. I mean, it sounds like everybody would like it to happen. When could I say, if all goes well, that this could actually exist?
Acting CE.
Through the presiding member, I would feel confident, Councillor Moran, that you could say that this is what has been endorsed, subject to obviously a vote shortly. Work has already been underway, so to enable the $40,000 price tag, I'm making a big assumption that we've already done some work to address the issue. Is that correct, Mr Devonish? So that's a good sign as well, Councillor Moran. And then finally, the QF process, it will be in there as a council decision, and so members, what you normally see is a list of projects that are endorsed by council and how much they cost, and then we usually then also list in the
so if all goes well, when could we expect this year?
I assume so. Clinton, could you just clarify how long it would take to physically build the pedestrian refuge?
Through the Chair, I would confidently say this financial year, if it can be accommodated in the budget. The actual works on site are not overly...
I didn't say financial year, I said this year. Could it be? I don't work in financial years. Could I say to the childcare centre that it's highly likely, if it goes through the quarterly budget process, that it'll be completed this year? I mean, it's only a few bricks and a bit of metal thing. It's not a rocket to the moon.
Through the Chair, my best advice would be to suggest this financial year.
No, that's not good enough. I don't want it this financial year. That's a year. That's a whole year.
Councillor Moran, you're actually summing up as opposed to bringing new business into the chamber.
Okay. Financial year.
Members, to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Sorry? We can have it recorded as unanimous. 17.3, Councillor Abrahimzadeh, Sister City Relations.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll move the motion as printed and seek a seconder.
Thank you, Councillor Ho. Councillor Abrahimzadeh, you wish to speak to it?
Lord Mayor, can I start with a question, please?
May.
In the table below admin comments, there is a mention of 150 hours for staff time. Can I just get some clarity around that?
Absolutely. We had much laughter on that one this afternoon. Acting CEO.
Thank you, through the Chair. You'll see two responses tonight that have been drafted, both with typographical errors in there. It only came to my attention this afternoon, and yes, that is not correct. It should be 15.
Thank you. All right, well, I'll start talking to the motion. Lord Mayor, I know that Adelaide already has 5 sisters. It's kind of like kids going to your parents saying one more siblings, only a little bit more complex, of course. Given what's happened over the past 18 months to 2 years, we've seen domestic borders open and shut constantly. We've seen our international border shut. We are very slowly coming out of this pandemic. There is light at the end of the tunnel. I know there's a lot of work that needs to get done. There's vaccines and other bits and pieces that need to get done. But I feel that if we don't focus on this work now in terms of looking at where pockets of opportunities lie, internationally, in terms of finding cities that may be on the same page as Adelaide, in terms of finding where we might be able to export products or services, or even in terms of maybe what some of the other cities have to offer to us as a city and as a state. I feel that if we don't do that work now, and if we don't know where these opportunities are, by the time we go back to some form of normality, we would have missed that opportunity. So it's good to see that with the administration comment that some work has been done on this, but I feel that we should be at a point where we roughly know where we're headed and whether if there are potential partnership opportunities out there. So I commend this motion to the Chamber.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hyde? Members? Councillor Martin?
Yeah, look, I know this is controversial, and the last time I raised it, Councillor Ho was particularly distressed. But we have a sister city relationship, Qingdao. It is damaged, unquestionably, because Qingdao is governed by the national government, and the problem is we have a sister city whose national government has openly embarked on a program of, and to use its word, punishing the Australian economy.
Councillor, I will ask you to speak directly to this request.
Well, I am, and I'll expand on it as I go. And that has had an impact on so many of our primary industries, from wine to timber, and to areas unrelated, including tourism, education, and so on. And as a consequence of that, businesses saying, and I'm sure we've all read it in the Australian and other newspapers, businesses saying that it now needs to refocus and turn its attention away from China now that China has turned the tap off. And so, as you would have read in the Australian at the weekend, there are producers in this state, in Tasmania, looking to other parts of Asia, to the Middle East and to Europe, to form trading bonds that will advantage their businesses. Now, that is the reaction of business, and government also needs to be mindful of what business is doing. Business is looking for new markets, new relationships. And this is an opportunity for us to refocus and to consider whether the businesses in this city and this state would be better advantaged by relationships, productive relationships, with countries that aren't threatening to turn the tap off and with whom we can develop strong economic bonds. It is a perfect time for us to be raising this, and I thank Councillor Abraham today. It is a very smart move to propose that we re-evaluate our sister city relationships, because I think when we do, we will identify, as business has done, that there are areas of the world where we can forge relationships that will be to the benefit of our stakeholders in the city. And I thank Councillor Abraham today for raising this.
Members? Councillor Hyde?
I only raised to make the point, Lord Mayor, that regarding our existing sister city relationships, China is still Australia's largest trading partner. They are still our largest trading partner because some sectors have diversified, and it's good for business to diversify. I think it speaks to the strength of the Australia and the ability for our businesses to innovate. But China is still our largest trading partner. I think for public officials to make comments like that can be quite unhelpful at times. The federal government, obviously, as is referred to in the report, put in place legislation which allows them to review our arrangements if they believe that our arrangements are not in the national interest. As I see it, us trading with China as a city, as a local government area, as a capital city, and with our sister cities, and those relationships are absolutely subject to that level of scrutiny, I think, from the Department of Home Affairs, I believe. I'm quite comfortable with that. If they had an issue with it, they would have called it out earlier. We should always be seeking to make more friends in the world, and that's perfectly fine. I'll leave the international commentary to those who are appointed by the Australian people to conduct that role. But I, for one, wish to see more trade, and if we're going to trade with China, then I'm very, very happy and open to that, and we are trading with China. If we're going to trade with other up-and-coming parts of the world as well, I'm thinking of the African continent, whether it's Northern Africa or elsewhere, I'm thinking India. There are so many opportunities out there as well that we should be pursuing, and I think that's what this is more about. And just as a light-hearted observation, this council obviously hasn't done as much travel as the previous council. I think that's to be applauded. And the good thing about this is not that it's particularly glamorous or ostentatious, but we could always engage with people in sister cities over Zoom now. It is the accepted custom. So no need for the business class flights and all that sort of jazz.
Members, Councillor Knoll.
I mean, reviewing it 100%, we should be looking at things and reassessing overall we as a city, how we can represent best our business community, and obviously it also in turn, not just within the city of Adelaide, but also it's slightly around our greatest Adelaide as well, and even in part some of our regional. But we also need to remember too, in times of in difficult times, the last thing you want to do is shut yourself off. So if we're looking at this, it is also that we are an avenue at which we can communicate with our trading partners. And let's not forget, China, I would still think is our largest provider of imported goods, and we are still heavily reliant. So we should be still very strongly talking with them, but we should be looking overall what is in the best interest of South Australia, where are opportunities, and then in that bigger context, we can rejig some of our other relationships, because I mean there are other cities there which not terribly relevant other than in certain areas. So let's review those, but let us not close the door on our partners. And irrespective, we can have arguments between them, but it is also part of our role is to be a moderating component of the language, and still be able to over time influence to a degree, but it also enables our businesses to piggyback on that. We have a lot of Australian and Chinese business associations, and obviously a large contingent here of business people and community members. So we do need to look after all of those, and part of that can be this.
Thank you, Councillor. Members, if not, go to the move to sum up. Councillor Brimsdale.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would just make a point about reviewing the council's existing arrangements. As we know, and as I did speak about this earlier, COVID has meant that governments, businesses, and even people have had to innovate and adapt and do things differently, which means that the arrangements that probably would have been in place and have been in place for a long time may need to do the same thing. They need to go through that process and be more innovative or adapt, or whatever the case might be. And as Councillor Hyde did mention, it is important for us to look at the up-and-coming nations and economic powers, so that is something that I'll be keen to see. Otherwise, I commend this to the Chamber.
Members to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. That takes us to 17.4. Councillor Knoll, voters' roll.
Yeah, I'd like to commend this motion and seek a seconder.
Thank you. We've got Councillor Hyde.
So, I mean, I'm intrigued to see the commentary and the discussion on this particular idea and the reason why I'm coming to this as a means by which we can communicate with our electors, and that is that if we look at now, when we through the times that I've been involved, we get the name and the physical address that's part of the rates. We then also get a subsequent list of which is the name and the postal address of those, and one is in order of the street and the other is in order of the alphabetical orders of the various wards, etc. And looking at that, and looking at my letterbox that is empty most of the time these days, and seeing how people are communicating with each other, and when I'm thinking about that, how do we communicate with our ratepayers? And then I look at and I think about, all right, a postal address, you can have that, or your physical address, whatever your choice is. And I'm thinking, okay, if we want to make being a member of council accessible to a greater number of people, that we want to be able to talk to them. And there are very limited ways. We can send them mail, and these days, with the cost of mail and all the rest of it, it inhibits an average person who is a good community person from contemplating, simply because of the difficulty in which they find in actually getting in touch with people and making themselves known or interacting. And if we look at that as a cost inhibitor for the people who are wanting to run and how they can make themselves known and interact with the greater community, so that's an aspect. The other is then we talk about privacy, and I think that's really intriguing because my letterbox is empty. Nothing has changed other than the means by which people communicate with me. And we as councillors are getting, that level of information. And I have to say that between the physical address and to that degree to postal addresses, if you're truly, you have the name, if that's about privacy, well, that's gone. But here we got an opportunity to ask for people's email addresses, and that's not about a place. That's not tied to anything. We can have multiple email addresses, etc., and can use it just like post office boxes. People who wish to have anonymity are probably using this already as a means by which you can separate your various correspondences. So I don't see that privacy is an issue here simply because you can moderate how people connect with you, but you still receive all the materials. You can still interact at your choice, and you can also unsubscribe and you can also block. So you have enough means by which you can actually deflect anybody that you do not wish to communicate with, or prevent that sort of relationship. And I'm just thinking that as we are moving forward, the letterbox is less and less valuable. We do need to enable people. If I can just a few more moments.
Members?
So for me, it's just about enabling people to be able to receive our information. Let's face it, it's voluntary. So we have to work really hard to get in touch with our constituents, and how can we make sure the broadest number of people are able to do that. And I just think that this is a way, and we're moving into the 21st century, and it's been here for a while. This only reflects that movement that we have all done to enable to connect with others.
Thanks, Councillor Hyde. Did you wish to speak?
Only to say that I'm greatly saddened that Franz isn't receiving anything in his mailbox. I'm sure that he's put on my Christmas card list. And it's a very valid point raised, and certainly when I first looked at this, I thought, oh gosh, we're the ones here around the table, we're the ones that made it into council. What about all the ones that didn't? Do you really want them having your email? But to be honest, if the state government and the electoral commission wanted to actually think outside the box for a moment, you don't actually need the names on the voters' roll at all. You actually could just have an email, even potentially an anonymous forwarding email. The important thing is that we communicate with people. It's not that you don't necessarily need to know who they are in particular. Voters' rolls, and this is why we still receive them in hard copy, they're left over from the oldie days, before actually the Australian ballot was brought in. And you still get some hangovers whereby you can actually go into the electoral commission, into their office and sit there at the computer and tap away and look people up. So if I was them wanting to maintain anonymity, I would, if anything, just give out email addresses, not give out names. Nevertheless, we'll send this on to them. We'll see what they think. They just cracked open the Local Government Act. It wasn't terribly inspiring, the work that they did. It was more tinkering and tweaking. There wasn't anything to write home about there, or to write to France about.
This is the Elections Act.
But as part of that, I just wanted to ask just one little question. We did, I think, suggest that electronic copies of the voters' roll is provided in addition to, or instead of, only hard copy voters' rolls. That could actually greatly enhance the ability for candidates to engage with their constituents or potential constituents. Was that adopted in the local government reform package?
I don't believe so.
No.
Nor was compulsory voting, nor was digital voting, online voting.
Hence why I say the whole reform package is rather uninspiring. Nevertheless, I commend this to everyone, and I'll hope to set up my pseudonym email address soon.
Yeah. Councillor Mackie.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. I know it's late and we're keen to wrap this up. I want to thank Councillor Knoll for this motion. About 8 years ago, I spent 6 months consulting to the District Council of Yankalilla, and top of my list was with an electorate of 4,500 people, get the email addresses and start to manage a customer relationship management model such as exists in business, in culture. We're a tiny jurisdiction, and it would be an amazingly empowering resource. There would have to be constraints and safeguards around privacy, of course, and constraints and safeguards when it comes to candidates, because of course there's only ever a very small number of people who make it through. But as a resource for our city to be able to communicate with our stakeholders, amazing. And all we have to do is ask, as Councillor Knoll acknowledged and Councillor Hyde, this is not making it mandatory. This is inviting people to indicate positively that they are willing to receive communication electronically rather than only by snail mail or by signing onto a social media platform. Good idea.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I wonder if the mover would be prepared to accept a variation so that rather than the word requirement, it becomes voluntary. Sorry?
So you want to change it from making it a requirement to making it an option?
Or
it would be an option.
Yeah. Simply because I also put in the bottom should and not shall. So, I mean, it doesn't talk completely to each other anyway.
Well, could.
So that would be an option rather than a requirement.
Could. Yeah. It gives options, then it could be a requirement as part of that conversation.
No, you're talking about making it optional to someone give you one or not.
Yeah, I mean,
be optional that when a person, body, corporate or group is submitting an application with the Act, an email address could be provided. Would that be acceptable to you?
To provide an option.
Or to provide an option, yeah, that's fine. Not just so that it's an option.
I mean, it's going on anyway to the LGA,
so
they can flesh it out to whatever whatever they choose. It's at least getting a conversation.
That would be.
And then should or could be provided, and that then makes it an option.
Yeah, it could.
If that's acceptable. Okay, look, in this... Yeah, should and could, yep. Could is better, because then it's clear.
Makes sense in the first part.
Yep.
Sorry, I just need the seconder. Are you happy with that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, look, I thank the mover for accepting that variation, because one of the issues always in these circumstances is that people are concerned about their privacy, and that if it's a requirement, then they're going to be bombarded with communication that they don't want. Happily in this world, and I am one of those people who likes to receive emails. I have so many friends, from retail to wholesalers to a range of other providers who communicate with me regularly, and I accept their communication, and I feel loved as a consequence of those emails. But the thing about it is it's an option. It says at the bottom, if you do not wish to continue to receive these emails, unsubscribe. Now, it is a weakness of mine that I never get around to that, and so my list of friends grows and grows. But it is optional. And in this circumstance, it's very hard for people to argue against an opt-in proposal. It certainly would aid in communication, but it would also allow people to say, no, I don't want to do that. I get enough emails from whoever. I don't need any more from local government. And you can bet your life, by the way, that if the local government accepts this, the local government association accepts this, and state government does as well, every level of government in Australia will propose it as well, because it is, a golden thing to be able to contact constituents. But as it is, as an option, I thank you very much. I'm quite happy to support this.
Thank you. Is there any other speakers? I'll just actually say I actually do appreciate the change to that. I also shared with Councillor Knoll some of my concerns, and that's about people being bombarded. And I don't know if any of the others in the chamber have tried to unsubscribe to those friends that you have, Councillor Martin, but generally you have to try several times before you're taken off a list, if ever. So that would actually alleviate some of those concerns, making it mandatory. Councillor Knoll, would you like to sum up?
Yes, just very quickly in a couple of the comments. I mean, if I think about as the various candidates, it's actually up to the electors to whom they wish to get mail from or not, but you need at least have the opportunity to get in touch with them to display, you know, who you are and what you stand for. So I think, yeah, I'm happy with this. This is about bringing it out to have a conversation about it. And let's face it, the amount of material that is in your letterbox and all the rest of it from candidates, etc., is quite significant. And I mean, all you want to do is be able to present yourself and your information. And if this is a means by which we can again bring it forward into the modern time and enable people to have that communication and also to be able to communicate with the various candidates, and so you can make a good informed judgment rather than those that can afford to put it into your letterbox or send it to you, of which in our council with 7,000 that live outside Adelaide as ratepayers, that's a significant impost.
Thank you. Members, to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. And we'll also make the appropriate amendment to the previous report. Neighbour Day, 17.5. Councillor Martin.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. Is there anyone who's prepared to second this? Yep, thank you. Look, Lord Mayor, this is not meant to be controversial, and I do understand that there have been some concerns about this, reading the text, but it just comes from a couple of ratepayers who said that an acknowledgement of the people who've been working on Neighbour Days for many years, and I'm not talking about all the helpers, I'm talking about the major organisers. And in North Adelaide, and I don't know about the rest of the city, we have 3, and sometimes 4, and the 4th not necessarily asking for council funding or assistance, staging events, and the intention is simply to bring people together. Now, I accept that it is the Lord Mayor's prerogative to say, no, we won't do this, and that is the Lord Mayor's decision. But I am simply proposing this as a means of thanking people genuinely throughout the city who do this at a great personal cost, in as much as they are involved in the preparation, sometimes the letterboxing, and then the erection of infrastructure in parklands or in backyards or whatever, for the purposes of building that sense of community. And my suggestion that the launch of the V4V Community Cookbook, which is covered in here, was simply mentioned to me by one of the people involved in this, and they noted that the launch was proposed to be held in a backyard with the Neighbour Day event. And I simply suggested that, well, maybe it could be acknowledged at a civic event. I'm not wishing to set a precedent, and in fact, in the last council, you'll remember, I suggested to Lord Mayor Hasey in the same way that we have a civic reception for residents who've been in the city for more than 20 years. In fact, we did. We had a morning tea upstairs, and it was great fun, and it did nothing more than build the community. And that's essentially all I'm asking. If the motion is approved, I'm assuming that this will go to the Lord Mayor, that the rules will determine whether or not there is to be such an event.
Apologies, Councillor Martin, but that is not how that motion reads.
Okay, well, I'm happy to vary that if it suits the meeting, so that it is that Council asks the Lord Mayor to consider. Would that be satisfactory?
That would be much more acceptable. As it was in previous times, we asked the former Lord Mayor to consider.
Absolutely, that's fine. You'll understand that this was written from, I think, Broome, or it may have been on an aircraft, but it was hastily deposited with your office on the first day of my leave, I think. In conclusion, Lord Mayor, I'm happy for this to be left in your hands.
Councillor Mackey. Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Initially, I wasn't going to support this, not because it's not deserving, but because we have got a way that we do things. And it is up to, with the civic duties, it's very clear here that we request the Lord Mayor in regards to take this in consideration. But with this amendment, I'm happy to support it. I think we need to follow, Councillor Martin's been here long enough to know that we know the procedures and know that we ask the Lord Mayor and we request regarding civic duties, a civic event, sorry. So I think this is the proper way and going ahead with this request.
Thank you. Members, if I could speak to this is not the proper way to request a civic reception. The proper way is to write to the Lord Mayor. All civic receptions are considered in confidence so that there is no offence given to any parties if the reception doesn't go ahead. That is why it doesn't come through the chamber. That is actually why we have our operating guidelines in that way. So that is not, and I appreciate the amendment because it's not up to council to instruct the Lord Mayor in this area, but this actually takes away any confidential consideration because it's actually going through the chamber. So I would have, I will leave it to the chamber in terms of consideration. Members have spoken to me privately, sent me emails, or spoken to the constituents to write letters to me, which are all considered through my office.
Could I just say to that, Lord Mayor, that I'm sorry, I just thought that you approving the amendment would mean that it was, I'm sorry about that.
No, you don't have to apologise. It's just that we've got these processes in place so that those considerations are held in confidence and so we can have a look at what we're able to do. Councillor Hyde?
Could I put it to Councillor Martin if you could withdraw it so that when it can be considered through the proper way so it doesn't...
So it's entirely up to Councillor Martin.
I'm happy with that. I do know, Lord Mayor, that 6.3 of the rules say that these can be initiated by elected members, and that's all I'm doing. But if it's actually preferable to you that I take this and put it in writing, I'm happy to do that.
Sorry, at 6.3 it says it's understood all council members will be invited to the cookbook launch.
Sorry, which does where's say that?
So, and council members elected members are invited to write to me if you are working on behalf of constituents so that we can go through normal process and consider along the calendar of other things that we are presenting for the city.
Well, Lord Mayor, if you're offended, I'm sorry. I have used this process previously with the previous Lord Mayor and it wasn't an issue. I am quite happy to withdraw this and put it in writing to you if that's your preference.
That would be my preference.
Sure, okay, I'll do that.
Thank you. Item 17.6, which is Deputy Lord Mayor, increased voter turnout.
Thank you. Lord Mayor, do I have a seconder?
Councillor Hyde.
I'll just take the item as read. I won't speak to this long. We all know that we weren't successful with requesting the state government for compulsory voting. I believe that the Adelaide City Council should have compulsory voting, and maybe considered it would be nice if they'd considered that just for our jurisdiction or even as a trial. But in saying that, I'm seeking for administration to investigate ways in which we can implement all our different constituents to come forward and vote. Coming up to, we have a by-election coming up, which we all are posting on social media to try and have as many people just vote, because their vote does count. We are also looking at an election next year, so if we can bring in the process to ensure that we have
or different sectors, cultural, businesses, residents, social groups, and get them forward and all vote.
Councillor Hyde? I'm taking that means you reserve your right. Members? If not, I'll go back to Councillor Deputy Lord Mayor to sum up.
Summed up.
Members to the vote, those in favour, those against, that is carried. That takes us to 17.7. Councillor Martin, protecting heritage listed buildings in the City of Adelaide.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. You require a seconder?
I do. Thank you, Councillor Hyde.
Thank you. Look, this proposal arises, as you heard earlier tonight, from the North Adelaide community, from people who are prominent in the community and concerned about the protection of heritage. As the administration has observed, there are protocols, processes associated with planning laws in respect of local heritage and state heritage. It is not correct that, as the administration says, matters relating to state heritage require referral to the Minister, because, as you know, Lord Mayor, you communicated with the Minister quite recently about a state heritage matter, and happily that facade is preserved and construction going around it at this time. But we are talking about reaffirming our commitment, which is in other policies as well. We have policies already on the books that say we are committed to heritage. And this serves as a reminder, as my community would like this council to do, to the Minister and the State Planning Commission, that heritage is valued. There are, at this time, I am told, 3 or 4 locally heritage listed places which may soon be affected by development applications. And there is a concern in the community that council may not assert the primacy of heritage, which is certainly recognised in the historic area overlay in the planning laws. But there is a fear that council won't agitate as strongly as it should. This is principally their wish that this body restates, affirms its commitment to heritage. As the Speaker in the deputation said earlier tonight, all of us, I think, certainly most of us, went to the election saying to voters that we are here to protect heritage. Heritage is important. And that is the intention of this, nothing more, nothing less.
Councillor Hyde?
Could I just suggest an oh so minor variation? Am I allowed to do that as a seconder? It's quite minor.
Yes, it's spoken yet.
Just to add, Minister for Planning, Minister for Environment and Water, comma, sorry, another minister.
Yeah. So, comma.
Yeah. Minister for Environment and Water, who is of course our Minister for Heritage, comma, member for Adelaide, state member for Adelaide, just to round out all bases. No, he's not relevant. It's this one. Is that right?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Sorry, I was just querying the title for Minister Spears.
Yeah, that's it's very strange.
Yeah.
Anyway, look, this makes a lot of sense. This council chamber does have a history of standing up for heritage. Councillors might remember much earlier on in the term when there were 2 bluestone villas demolished on Hutt Street, which was replaced by a car park, which was not unauthorised car park, which now has a fence around it. Anyway, and we introduced, we advocated for, at my request, and I think it was unanimous, to talk to the state government and see if we could get demolition controls or some better carriage over that, which the minister did accept. So, look, a lot of the things we send off to them, they don't accept. The things that make sense that they do, and I think it's quite reasonable for us to state our position and say that our heritage overlays and historic zones, we want to stick by them. I think it makes a lot of sense. We've had some success even in this term of council, and I know the Lord Mayor's actions in saving, even though it is just the facade, and if you walk past it, it is really just the facade. Nevertheless, it's a facade we wouldn't have if the Lord Mayor and the Minister as well, who followed shortly after, didn't stick up for that state heritage listed building. So we absolutely need to keep the flame burning, and I thank Councillor Martin for bringing this.
Members? Not, I'll go back to the move to sum up. Members to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. That takes us to 17.8, Councillor Knoll, former bus station site.
I present this to the Chamber and look for a seconder.
Councillor Hyde.
Okay, and it's putting it simply. We're looking at the council with its strategic assets, etc. How does it get best value out of those, and how does it use them to help shape the city? We've seen a couple of examples already with the Central Market, etc., and how we have worked with a developer, and obviously in that partnership, and we're retaining part ownership, etc. So this is just asking for administration to come along and provide a report. And this is now talking about after the Central Market, for example, particularly to this site, asking that when the conclusion of the Central Market requiring the car park area or being that available to the precinct, that we have a plan already in place that for which we can use for this site, and to put into and we talked at one of our workshops, and it was presented to us about us buying and selling properties, and in a sense flipping them for profit. And I'm thinking that that's a very limited option, and it's not a long-term sustainable income. It's more reliant upon the actual marketplace. And so my request here is, okay, in working with the developer, that we look at this asset and seeing what we can retain on this asset as a means of income. And I'm just using the example that you have your car park underneath and decoupling that from the actual sale of the apartments, but still having the compliant requirement. But it's something that we can use as car parking for other people, or sell it, or rent it out, or whatever, and having other forms of usages for these areas, and having a mixture of the commercial levels of the building, and also some of the residential. And if we're using it like we did with the Central Market, and we say if we wish to support in a meaningful way affordable housing, etc., and then if we use the same context of selling the air rights, etc., thereby getting extra value at this end, and for that we can use it for commercial spaces, still act and manage in these areas as a landlord, but also being able to use some of these spaces also can be potentially for community aspects. So in this building, we can then provide spaces for, and we were to have a conversation about the joinery, and so there is opportunities for us to incorporate this into the social aspects, and support local groups and things of that support the actual community and those sort of areas, but also through their ability to get extra value out of the lands by having the air rights, and we're not having to spend that quantity of money. Again, just a few more moments if I may. Quick. I'll do it.
Members, sorry, I do need to see a show of hands.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very quickly, it's just we can use that extra value and thereby require less and still achieve a good return on our investment. so that during the time that we own the properties, we get a great return on that, but also that we can sell some of those assets as we go along to then enable us to then do the next levels of development, and over time should increase our asset values, but also, and also our incomes and our ability to influence the amenity of the city and also the population, because right now we're very limited. So it's just to ask, have a look, think of ways that we can make another form of income instead of the rubbish tip previously and now the car parks, and what are we transitioning to? And it's a start of thinking of other ways that we can make a living.
Councillor Hyde.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. I need to thank Councillor Knoll for bringing this as the comment identified. It is considered also in the strategic property review, but also referring to the comment, it talks about underdevelopment. It's not underdevelopment. There's no development. It's a pancake site, but for the joinery, there's nothing there. And when we're talking about amenity and the city and what have you, and I think it's really important if we want to actually preserve heritage, noting that planning powers have been ripped away from us. It's really important for us to ensure that there is enough demand for high rise and denser living. There is enough supply to meet demand in the more CBD sections of the city of Adelaide, which means everything that's basically in the middle of our council area in that section of the CBD. And in order to do that, we need to make sure that those sites, such as this one, and similar sites are, where we own them, very open for being developed. And I know that this is just looking into it, and that we can take any number of courses of action with this. So ensuring that sites like these that we own are open to being developed, but also incentivising development elsewhere within the city as well. And in my mind, if you can actually ensure that supply, at least in the short to medium term, meets demand, then you're actually going to see less heritage buildings along the city frame and elsewhere being knocked over in order to meet demand, because there is only so much demand in the market, even in Adelaide. So I think this motion makes a lot of sense. It's not suggesting that we would cut short the usage of the car park while CMAR is being done, because we obviously would like to have those overflow spaces. It's just looking at this site over the longer term and saying, what are we going to do about it? Let's start thinking about it, and let's bring some options into the council chamber. It's not actually suggesting any sort of divestment from our part either. In actual fact, it's suggesting that we own part of it, and even partnering or doing a partnership. We are, depending on what is built and the nature of the contributions and the relationship, we may actually end up owning something that is more valuable than just the land that is sitting there. So at the end of the day, the thing on our balance sheet would actually be of greater value than it would with this. Yes, we would cede some of our rights over the site and potentially air rights, but the asset to the city, to the ratepayers, at the end of the day, would actually be larger. And that's what the strategic property review is all about, so I commend this motion.
Members? Councillor Donovan.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Just a little variation to add with the support of Councillor Knoll, which is after point B to add a point C, which would just include opportunities to support existing tenants of capital T, capital J, the joinery.
The joinery. Yeah, joinery's got a capital. Yeah,
if acceptable by
So
Councillor
the T is capital. That one. That's it. So I've got, sorry, Councillor Knoll, that was a yes, and Councillor Hyde, that was a no.
I don't know who they are. I don't know the nature of their work.
Who's at the bus station at the moment?
Yeah, I know, but there are heaps of subtenants in there. I have no idea. I'm happy to take information and think about it.
I guess it's looking to explore what opportunities there are. So, okay, so that So you can move it as an amendment, but it can't be accepted in this motion because it hasn't been seconded.
To provide more information on my variation, so the existing tenants of the joinery are an array of different community organisations, including entities like a group that provide bikes for refugees, a whole host, a community garden. So I think if they were to see this motion without something that specifically talks to supporting their tenancy, in some way exploring opportunities, then it could be considered that we're trying to look at ways of evicting our community tenants, as opposed to Councillor Knoll's intent, which is to look at all sorts of opportunities. So I think it would be well worth our while to specifically point out that we are also within this motion, as his intent is to look at opportunities to support both community as well as commercial partnerships through this redevelopment. That's who is in the joinery.
That we still, unless I've got the approval of the seconder, it has to come through as an amendment.
Can I just ask a question?
You may ask a question.
Do we have an easily accessible list of who is the? Obviously, we've been past it, seen it. I understand it's ours, but I don't know.
We do, but not that we can give you right now.
Conservation Trust and others. Conservation Trust and others.
So I'm just going to nod to Tom. Can you reel them off, Tom?
Very good stakeholder manager.
Through Lord Mayor, the main leasee is Conservation Council, who subleases to a variety of groups. For instance, there's a bicycle workshop, there's a small cafe, so on and so forth, and whatever. It is important to note that the joinery extended their lease recently, but on the understanding that should council wish to redevelop the site, there's a 6-month redevelopment clause, so they're fully understanding of that. And there's no obligation for us to find them another place. However, it is a very worthwhile activity on the site and does add a major contribution into the precinct.
No, still, it hasn't been accepted as it, so we'll just delete it. Sorry, Councillor Martin.
So, Lord Mayor, can I then move it as a amendment?
You can.
Seeking a seconder for
Councillor Martin.
I've already spoken to it.
Councillor Martin, did you wish to speak to the amendment?
Yes, I'm happy to second that. And look, I don't see any real issue with that. All we're doing is looking at opportunities to support tenants, and that could mean helping them to find somewhere else. It could mean relocating them. It's just exploring opportunities. So I'm quite happy. And I will support this, subject to my understanding correctly what's going to happen. The effect is that site will remain a car park for the duration that it is required to be during the Central Market Arcade redevelopment.
Correct.
And at the end of that period, there will be consideration of a potential option for a joint partnership. And so that means that the administration takes it off the list of assets for sale pending development of that proposal, because it remains on that list.
Acting C.
That's not how I read it, but please note this motion does ask for a report to council. So that's the first step.
I understand that. I'm just trying to gauge whether in fact that's the first step in this, that we are removing it from that list, which I'll happily support. We're not. Okay.
I'll just confirm through the presiding member, no, the property would remain on the strategic property list. Tom, is that your understanding?
Through the presiding members, council will be aware and note we're not in confidence. The strategic property list has certainly identified this site as a vacant site in regards to development potential. It will come back to council anyway in regards to what that development potential is. So it is one that council have endorsed for review. So council will consider all options surrounding that and also what the economic benefit is as well. But one of the things it's important to note is we don't only look at economic benefit, we look at social benefit, environmental benefit and whatever, so that will be presented to Council for consideration. I think the intent of the motion is that we get cracking, and once the car park is removed, the temporary ancillary car park is removed, we're ready to progress.
Okay, well look, the words get cracking give me some heart, so thank you.
Members? Councillor Hyde?
Only just to better explain my consternation about it, Lord Mayor. What concerns me is that I think the motion adequately captured consideration for the existing tenants in the best way that the administration wants, but by directing them specifically to, as they're preparing this report regarding the viability of the development, to already be, you're putting the horse before the cart. You're saying, with a development, you start with the site and you work out what the level of demand is and what works best in that location. By saying you're going to cater to the existing tenants, you're working backwards. And that's the problem. And I actually don't know. Now, working backwards might be precisely exactly what we want on that site. My problem is I don't know that because I don't know the nature of the business intimately enough. But I do know that there is no commercial return, very limited commercial return generated on that. And we know that because we had a question on notice about it. So, and that's just my concern. By putting this in there at the beginning, you might actually skew when you're looking at the viability of developing the former bus station site. That's what we're looking at here. When you're looking at that viability, you're putting that consideration as a key consideration in here, right at the top of the list. And by working backwards there, you're actually kind of skew what is viable on that site. Now, with my rudimentary understanding of what goes on there, maybe the joinery would actually be better suited and combined with a Southwest Community Centre, you know, that I assume we're still buying. For example, you know, so maybe that might be better. But to seek to include them in what is a development on what is a site that could be potentially worth hundreds of millions of dollars from the get-go, like I said, horse before the cart, working backwards that way just doesn't seem right to me to do it at this point. That's not to say that it couldn't be introduced after the fact. That's not to say that we couldn't carve out a little part of it once we've worked out, you know, how the blocks fit and the puzzle fits together on the site. So I would, but this is going to go for years. Yes. This has a long way to go. So there's nothing for the existing tenants, conservation
Council of South Australia.
Council. There would be nothing for them to even be remotely concerned about in even the medium term. But at the formative stage of this, when you're doing your scoping study, when you're doing your feasibility, when you're doing your FESO, you shouldn't be limiting it in that sense. That's my concern. But that's not to say that I don't care, nor want to care, nor want to know about who exactly the joinery is and what exactly they do and the benefit they bring to the community. I'm just saying it's not the right time to bring it into it.
Members? If not, I will go back to Councillor Donovan to sum up on the amendment.
I've said all that needs to be said, apart from to clarify again, as per the words, opportunities to support existing tenants at the joinery. It doesn't say within the building, within the development. Opportunities to support is very broad, but it is to ensure that they realise we're not just booting them out, and that their currency is being considered within this report.
So, members, to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? So it's me. So I'm going to vote in favour of this amendment because it's not catering to existing, it's looking for how we support the existing tenants, which, as you say, may be relocating them to the Southwest Community Centre. So and it doesn't actually, to me, determine what's going to be at the site. So that now becomes a substantive, Councillor Knoll. So
you going to vote on that?
I just did.
Oh, okay. Division.
Council members, the division has been called on the amendment. All those in favour of the amendment, please stand and remain standing until all names have been called.
I can't stand up.
I just want to see your name on the list.
Councillor Mackie, Councillor Knoll, Councillor Donovan, Councillor Martin and the Lord Mayor.
I can't stand up. So members, that becomes a substantive. Are there any other speakers? If not, I go back to Councillor Knoll to sum up.
Look, it's quite simple, and I don't consider that this significantly changes anything. It just adds another dimension to it, and because this is also a first opportunity across all of the sites to start to think about the different ways we can influence our community, maximise our incomes, but also put in social infrastructure where it's appropriate that we can afford. So, and that's the fundamental reason why. So if we're able to do that, and that just adds another dimension to it. So I think we should just, again, take this as an opportunity to get a broad-based understanding of what we can do, specifically
members,
starting
please.
with this site.
Thank you. Members, to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried unanimously. Members, that ends our motions on notice. Motions without notice. Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have put this forward as a motion without notice because we just had a meeting there last week with the at Mooter Street. And I'm just saying notes that the work is underway and halfway through for the Mooter Street upgrade. Notes expected estimated finishes October 2021. Request administration to investigate installation of atmospheric lights to be installed before the opening scheduled this year and to ensure that the new light installations the existing light, should be the existing light installations lights up consistently because, should stay existing. Request administration to work with key stakeholders that have been meeting regularly regarding the Mooter Street upgrade. Very simple.
Look for a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Ho. Councillor Ho has seconded. Deputy Lord Mayor, do you wish to speak to it?
Yeah, non-controversial, Lord Mayor. We're coming to the end of the work done in Mooter Street upgrade. If we can investigate installing some atmospheric lights, the remainder part of Mooter Street, that would be great. And happy days.
Councillor Ho, did you wish to talk to it? Members, I accepted this because it is time sensitive as this work is coming towards an end, and if we're going to do anything in terms of lighting, it has to be done almost immediately for the opening. Members, any other speakers? Councillor Martin?
Just a question about the cost. Is there any extra cost?
Acting CE.
Through the presiding member, I would think so, but Clinton, can you confirm if there's sufficient money to accommodate this within the existing budget, please?
Yep. Through the chair, the atmospheric lighting is not currently a part of the project, so if this motion is successful, we'll investigate those options and come back to council as quick as possible to come up with something that we can deliver within the project budget.
There are budget indications, but the request is to investigate, which would come back for a decision. So if there is a budget implication, then we will know before we go ahead.
Yep.
Okay. Deputy Lord Mayor, did you wish to sum up? Summed up. Members to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Thank you, members, for your time this evening. We'll do this all again soon.